Hello, 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 hello. Is anybody out there? Is anybody out there? Shrink this down. Get my channel up here on my phone. I'm a little early so I can get adjusted. And hey, Liz. So I'm going to get her link real quick. Let me grab it. This is my YouTube personality appreciation tonight. Where did she go? There she is. I'm surprised she hasn't popped in here. So anyways, I always start off with my YouTube personality appreciation because I appreciate the people that I've gotten to know through crafting and through other types of channels. So tonight it's Bonny and Clive. And here is her channel. And I love the name because every time I try to find Bonny and Clive, it comes up Bonnie and Clyde. But that's her kitty cat's name. Her kitty cat's a Clive. So that's her channel. And what I always say is when you're networking, don't just add people for numbers. Go in, check out their content. If you like them, subscribe to them. If you don't, then don't. That's my philosophy on networking. I need to change my channel name and actually, put my channel behind my YouTube thing, and I haven't done it yet. But anyways, so I want to finish this journal because I've been working on it too long. I had to wait to get my thing. And guess what I found? My fabric scissors. Yay! I was looking for these everywhere. And I had taken them upstairs to cut fabric and forgot about them. And I had shoved them in one of my little nifty jars or containers I keep stuff in. So what I have found is I want to use cardstock to do this. And yes, I'm so happy. And this is the perfect measure for the pockets in that particular journal, a card, believe it or not. So I'm going to take tonight. It's too bad this one color wasn't cardstock, but I don't want paper. I want something a little stiffer. So I'm going to trace this card size and cut it out. And you know what's cool? I love these pencils. I literally love pencils. You know how you go get pencils and every time you sharpen them, they break and stuff? These pencils never did that. And for some reason, they don't sell these anymore. Like, I can't even find these on eBay. I hoarded these since my kids were little. Is that not terrible? My oldest is like in her 30s, and I have hoarded these for years. And these are the Rose Art USA Natural #2s. They are awesome. I have no clue why these were discontinued, but these are like the best pencils ever. They never break, like when you're sharpening them. At least they never did for me. They have a nice, smooth, sharp. They're awesome. I have a few left, and I'm still hoarding them. I should have bought a whole bunch. I should have. Did I get the link for the journal? What journal? What am I missing? Let me look. I didn't get anything. You mean through Messenger? Nope, I got nothing. You know what was weird? is here the past couple days. It just started a couple days ago. I've been typing into YouTube and it's saying this service is unavailable. I've been getting that error for some reason. And like, I even turned off my Wi-Fi thinking that might have been the problem, but it wasn't. And then, the other thing I did was I posted to another friend of mine who want to give, excuse me, UK Scrapper won the other drawing. I still have 2 names here that haven't collected. And I posted to him and he never answered. So I thought, would the YouTube stick me in spam? Because you got to watch certain words you use. So I seen that he had just posted. So I went in to let him know again. It would not let me post what I typed. Seriously. Because when it let me, it kept bouncing back and asking me if I wanted to cancel or discard. So I don't know if there was a word in what I was typing that was filtered. So I reworded it a different way and it went through, but when I refreshed, it was gone again. So I think YouTube threw me in his spam. So then I went back a third time. This is ridiculous. I literally rebooted my phone, like restarted it, went back in, and I just put something simple in and told him that he won because he posted on my birthday day. I do secret giveaways sometimes, and I'll pick a specific date, and this year it was my birthday. Anybody that hit my comment section, they just went into a drawing. So he was the person that won, and I'll be darned, he still hasn't said anything. He put a heart, but he never commented. So I don't know if he wants the prize or not, or if he thinks I'm joking, but he literally won $10. Who passes up $10? Because I figured being in other countries, it would be easier if somebody won in another country to do a monetary. If they win in the United States, what I could do is either do a monetary to PayPal, or I could go buy like a Dollar Tree or Subway card. But he won and I haven't heard nothing from him. I got a heart. He still hasn't answered if he wants it or not, because I said, if you don't want it, just tell me pass. I would appreciate it. Yeah, I've noticed it in some streams. When some people are going live and they say promote your Etsy and promote your sales, I have noticed on refresh, my stuff doesn't go in their stream. So, and what a lot of people don't realize is YouTube is also finicky when anybody posts a link, because for some reason, I'm getting spammed. It's porn spam. Like I keep getting, like, if you see like 4 comments and you only see 2, me answering 1 person, it's because a spam has been coming into, this is ever since Google bought out YouTube. Is somebody has learned how to manipulate Google. This happened to Yahoo chat rooms, believe it or not. Like I said, I've been online for a long time and I've seen a bunch of garbage. And what would happen is they found an exploitable weakness in Yahoo. This is the best way I can use the right terminology for web stuff. Hey, Barbara. And what they did was they spammed up the chat rooms with a bunch of bots. And it was like, come and see my cam. We're co-ed girls. It's all porn bots, but they didn't announce they were porn. It was a spam that got into the chat rooms. Well, what I've noticed since Google bought out, somebody has found an exploitable way to exploit Google. And since they bought YouTube, I have noticed spam coming in. So whenever you look at your comments and you see this little dot and it'll have just a few letters in it and a couple numbers, that's not a person, that's a bot. And I've been getting them quite a lot, like every video I post. Well, then I was visiting other channels and I seen them there too. So I just keep reporting as spam. And when you hit report, it disappears. But it's becoming a common problem. And I think at one point they were doing something to try to block it because they stopped for a little bit. Well, now they're back. So everything on the web is coded. Like even if you post a picture like in Photo Bucket, it's all in codes. It all turns into code. So what they've done is they found a way to exploit the codes, and that's what they did. It's crazy. Thank you. You know what I did? I haven't had fingernail polish on for a while, and I tried this new kind, and I mean, I like the color, but I'm not impressed with this because for some reason, I'm gonna have to check to see if this actually outdates because it's not new. It's a polish I've had, but I just hadn't worn, and it was really super runny. And it like ran all into my cuticles, and then I bumped it and it just came off. So I don't know if it has expired date on this because usually nail polishes last forever, but this is a different kind. It's the Wet n Wild gels, which is my favorite, but I'm like not impressed with this one. I like the color, but I can't believe it's chipped off already. I just put it on a little bit ago because I wanted to play with some fingernail polish. I haven't worn polish in a while. Plus, I think when we're on here doing crafts, it's cute to see people have fingernail polish. It's cutesy. It gives art a little bit of fun. And I'm a lefty, so I'm not backwards, people. I just look backwards. I'm not the best and the straightest cutter in the world either. But I just want to get this journal finished because I don't want to spend weeks. When you're on YouTube, like people edit and they can skip all these things really fast. I don't edit, so what you see is how long it takes me. And if I leave out parts, I'll let people know. But this journal's been like, I don't know how many weeks it's been. I've showed the same one. Lefties are fun people. My mother's a lefty. My one twin granddaughter's now a lefty. It's funny watching her though, because she's in a all right-handed family. And oh my, what her teacher's going to have fun with her. That's why I'm going to start crafting with them. And I've been starting to buy some destashing items, and I'm filling up a tote upstairs. I've even got baby wipes ready for all the stuff we're going to use, but I'm making a tote filled with crafts for them, and I'm going to start teaching my 3 granddaughters how to journal. And we're going to start simple. I have some ideas, so I want to bring it all together. And then once I get the tote filled before I actually go to the house, I'll show you the supplies I got. So if anybody wants to have fun and artsy with your grandkids or your kids or whomever, I'll give you an idea what I'm going to start them out with, because I've Googled the ages and things like that to kind of get a little bit. I kind of wanted to know what I wanted to do, but I wasn't certain about the one because she's younger. So I kind of Googled a little bit of information to kind of give me a little bit of an idea. And I'm really happy with what I come up with. But I want to get the supplies ready. And then I'll come on and I'll share it with you all. What I picked. I want my daughter to record, but she's kind of iffy about YouTube. I would love to see her record the kids crafting, but it's, you know, it's the minor and the exposure, which I don't blame her. Because, you know, we have a lot of crazy people on here. Not us, but you know who I'm talking about. When you get the trolls and stuff. So, I don't know what she'll do. She said she wished she would have vlogged having twins. That would have been fun. I'd like to see her start a YouTube channel because my oldest daughter is so good at stuff. I'm not saying my youngest isn't, but you know, I haven't really seen my youngest get into crafts that much, but my oldest loves it. She's even got a Cricut. She's past her mother. I don't even have a Cricut. she makes t-shirts on her Cricut. She has a son in football, and she wanted to do t-shirts and stuff. So that's what she uses it for. She gets the vinyl, does the letters, and then she made me a mug that has Nana on it because the kids call me Nana. I get called Nana or Nana Monster. Because when the kids were acted out, sometimes I would go roar, and from the movies Porky's, I would go boogie, 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 because that my daughter, it's how she learned to dance off of that movie Porky's. I'd say boogie, boogie, and she'd shake her butt. When my oldest one was like 2. And so they called me Nana Monster because I did that. It's like, it's the Nana Monster. I love my grandkids though. They're so stinking cute. Right now, the rule of the roost is Kylie. It's hysterical because, like, you know, she had her oldest son. Then she had the twin girls. The twin girls picked up the habits that the older brother would do. And now that she's got Kylie, Kylie watches what everybody does. And let me tell you, for almost being 3, that kid is so smart. She's hysterically funny. She's going through this phase where she changes her clothes like 3 times a day. I love it when my daughter shares stories of her kids with me. I think it's hysterical. I told her, I said, I remember once when you were little. Hey, Sandy. I remember once when my daughter was little, she had this favorite little granny skirt, we called it. It was like plaid and totally matched nothing. And I remember we had this mom and pop store next to the apartment where we lived. And you used to go in and get fresh meats and things like that. And his son, Raymond, looked at me and was like, what? I said, don't ask. When he saw her skirt. And I told him, I said, she wears it. She sleeps in it. This is my oldest daughter when she was little. So I think it's hysterical that her daughter changes clothes like 3 times a day now. And you should see some of the things she picks out. She's so stinking cute. I said, like mother, like daughter. Yeah, my mom was a kid of 6, and she had 3 brothers and 3 sisters, 3 brown-eyed, 3 blue-eyed, 3 left-handers, 3 right-handers. I think that's so cool. So I definitely get my left-handedness from my mom. Both of my siblings and my dad are right-handers. And then Livia is, I have a video of her on YouTube. She's hysterical. And she's my, and she never knew any of this. She does not know this. Because when she comes here, she's not in my room to see it. Because I have a specific room. I keep my horse stuff. And she's a left-hander. Her favorite color is blue. And her favorite animal is horses. So you cannot tell me that stuff's not hereditary. She takes after me 100% in her taste. It's crazy. And then my one cousin, she owns a farm, and she's going to start doing pony rides. And I told my daughter it would be so cool if you could find like a Girl Scout group that actually does stuff. And because she's got like I know what the property's like. She could have like an overnighter where they could pop tents and have a campfire and then go horseback riding. That would be like the ultimate Girl Scout dream. Hello. We didn't have horses, but we camped. I loved Girl Scouts. And I'm going to take and go over this summer and teach them some of the treats we used to make on the campfire. That was like one of my favorite childhood things, was being a Girl Scout. I went from a brownie to a Girl Scout. I just wished I would have stayed in and went to cadet, but I didn't. But we did a lot. We went camping. We literally had an outhouse. We used to go to the bathroom in on the campsite. And I remember this girl named Nikki. She lost her flashlight down into the toilet. And we were so disgustedly laughing so hard that her flashlight with the light on got sunk in all that toilet paper and crap. Oh my God, that was hysterical. I'll share stories with you. But we had so much fun, though. We loved our group leaders and, you know, all that good stuff. We'd pack up our sleeping bags. I miss those days. To be a kid again would be so much fun. All the innocent things we got to play with. And selling a Girl Scout cookies and doing our pledge. It was a lot of fun. I don't know if they even do that stuff anymore. I am literally finishing a journal that I've been working on for weeks because I'm tired of looking at it. No, I actually like it, but you know, when you've worked on a project for so long, you're like ready to move on. So I'm getting these, and what I'm going to do with them, I have no freaking clue. I just know that they're going to go into the little holes, the little places. These will fit perfect. And I need exactly 6. And that's what I have. And I used a card to do it because it's the perfect size. This is my card actually from a YouTuber. This was from Llama Monster. Look what he sent me. I opened this up for Christmas, but look at this. He's always sending the coolest cash. I really need to do a video on different cultures. I mean, a journal, because he sends the coolest stuff. This is like the second time he's mailed me money from another country. So this is from Kenya. This is from Indonesia. This is from Gambia. Look how cool that is. And this is from Bangladesh. Look how it's got that little strip of fluorescence. That's so cool. But he sends me stuff like this all the time. And this would be really cool in it, like a tuck spot. I keep it in his card so I'm going to use it. That's where how I know where to find it. Everybody was asking me earlier what I got my grandkids for their birthdays. Let me find them. You want to see what I got for my grandbabies? So my daughter just moved into her new place. And this was so cute. Her son is into Pokemon. So she wanted a bathroom. And one thing I love about my grandkids, they can get toys, they can get anything, and they're totally happy. Like, they never complain about anything. They get so many toys, though, for Christmas from everybody that we do something else kind of like for their birthday. So he got that oral care set to go on his sink. This is going to be the shower curtain because he loves Pokemon. This is so stinking cute. I think it's cute. I'll pull it down. Okay, Tammy, you're never in sync with your camera. There. So there's that. And then for his rug in his bathroom, This is the mat. If I get it blown up enough. So this is what I got him for his birthday present. And these kids love this stuff. As long as they see their favorite stuff on it, they don't care. So that's what I got for one. And then where did I put it? Either in her messenger. I love these. Wait till you see the rest. This is what Layla's into, one of the twins. Let me get it to zoom in. Hold on. It's the PJ Masks kid bundle where you have the little superhero type people. It says it's a good time to be a hero. So this is what one of the twin girls is going to get because that's what she likes. I know. I love shopping for my grandkids and giving ideas because they're all so different from each other. So she gets that. And then, or no, that's Kylie's. That's not Layla's. Kylie's the youngest. That was her betting. I'm sorry. Layla is going to get something. This is going to knock your socks off. I never even knew these things existed. I could have died, and I cannot wait for this to come in. Let me see if I got a picture of it. Oh, darn it. Come on. Because you ladies will love this. This is definitely a homemade. And I can't find the link, of course. Just give me a second. I was just, wow. Ever since she was born. Hey, Allie. How are you doing? I crochet. So it's funny how kids take the different things like for blankets. Like, or Layla she loves to feel the stitches in crochet. She would literally go to sleep, and that was her sleepy thing, was that she would take the crochet, because I did like a single stitch all the way across and I made a big blanket out of it. She would feel the stitches and fall asleep. It's the cutest thing. And then Livia and Kylie, they like the fuzzy blankets. They like the fuzzy kind. So I asked my daughter what Layla wanted, because I usually confer with the parents, and she said that she wanted a crocheted mermaid tail. Have you all heard of this? Because I've never heard of this. And I was like, what the heck is a mermaid tail? Let me see if I can get the link to it. It is absolutely gorgeous, the one I ended up getting for her. But I was like, what? Say what? Here it is. Check this out. They make these. Let me get a picture of this up. It's just like not the coolest thing ever. We pull it down, make sure you can see it and how it's utilized. And I want her to grow in it because they do have a junior one, but I didn't want to get the kids one. So I went more for the junior one because I want her to grow with it. You know what I mean? It's because I don't know if this is going to be a trend for her, but they have them in all these beautiful colors. And it's handmade. It's called Mermaid Blanket, Crochet Blanket, and it's called New in Trend. And I don't know, I don't see the color I picked. Was it this one? I don't remember. We picked a mixed color though. And these are all the colors they had. They have yellow. Oh, that's why I can't see it because it's not on that particular picture. They have a yellow, it's called. And then you click and it goes to a navy. I think this is the one we got. One of these ones. No, it wasn't that one. Bright Lotus. No. There it is. I think we got the lake one. The lake blue. I think that's the one we got because we wanted it to get as close to the mermaid colors as we could. So that's what she's getting. And then I just ordered these off of Amazon in case anybody's interested. These were a pretty decent price. I think they were like $11 or something. I don't know why it's showing 12, but these are all different color ink pads that are not toxic for kids because I wanted to get something they could use so I didn't go for the permanent because I'm taking stamps over. So I got all these colors for us to play in. That's going to be coming in as part of my thing. I'm just putting everything together before we sit down to plan to craft together. And I was going to start in a book, but then I got to thinking, maybe it's better off if we start in a composition type notebook or something from the Dollar Tree first because they're at the age that they're kind of like, some understand, some don't. I don't want them to think when we're turning a glue book in, because I have a bookstore, used bookstore, so I was going to take some of my books, but I didn't want them to get the impression that it's okay to destroy a book because my luck, one of my granddaughters would probably take and start doing it to a school book, so I think I better stop. I told my daughter, let's do a notebook first just to be on the safe side because you never know what kids think. So, you know, because I would die if like they did that and then one of the teachers, well, my Nana said it was okay to do this to a book. So, you know, I'm not going to get in trouble. I got in trouble once for teaching my grandson to jump in mud puddles. I get in trouble without even trying. Oh my goodness. So I figured I better be good. I'm an influencer, but I think a bad influence sometimes. But yeah, I do. I get myself in trouble all the time. I don't have to try. It just naturally happens. Oh my goodness, I want you guys to see this so bad what I picked out for my horse loving granddaughter. Hers is in already. I have it upstairs, but I don't see the link to show you. Darn it. Oh, you know what? I think I sent it through the phone and I deleted my messages. I'm so bad. Sometimes I delete my messages and sometimes I forget. There's a particular one, and it reminds me of an artist we used to play with on MSN that did Indian stuff, and I think he was blind. I can't remember his name, though. I have some of his art on my external hard drive, though. But this is who it reminds me of, and watch it not come up because I'm looking for it, and I want to show you guys and gals. And, of course, it's not going to bring it up. Because it's really a beautiful, it's just a gorgeous bedroom set. I told my husband, I said, goodness, if they had it my size cheaper than what they had it, I would definitely would have bought it. But it is expensive because it's an artist design. Like you can't get this at Walmart. But it's gorgeous. It really is. And of course, it's not going to let me show you. But anyway, it's got very flowing mane. And it looks like an Indian style horse. It's even got a feather hanging from its mane. It is the most gorgeous comforter I've ever seen in my life. And I'm looking for it just so you can see it because it's just beautiful. And Livia is like, she's advanced ahead of her time. I think she's going to be like an honor student. She doesn't like cartoon anything. Like, she doesn't want anything to do with cartoon unicorns and things like that. She likes real. It's got to be real. So, she did at a younger stage kind of go through the Spirit, which was a cartoon, but then now she wants real. She graduated to real. So, and she's only 5. And she wants real at 5 years old. Oh, look how beautiful this one is. Woo! Oh, I like this one. No, it's just there's so many people in our family that buys for them because we still have the great grandparents alive and everything. They just have too many toys. My daughters are like, oh my gosh, our house is like Toys R Us. We don't need any more toys. So my one daughter moved and she picked out what she wanted for his shower curtain and all that kind of stuff. And my grandkids love everything. So it doesn't matter if it's a toy or not. And so that's what we did. We got them what the parents wanted to get so that money don't go to waste. We used to have those type of family members that would buy those cheap toys that we never really played with. And I'd rather know what my kids are going to use so I don't waste my money. So that's what we decided to do, was their bedding. Because, they go in and out of phases. And to me, it's like bedding is there. I would rather keep them warm than have a toy they're not going to play with, So we decided to do the bedding, and that way the parents can do whatever. They can buy the toys or whatever. But this way they'll get a nice variety. I just wish I could find that one bedroom set because it's really pretty. And it's not going to show me. But I noticed the artist ones, you know how like comforters we know are like thick. They're like bulky. The comforters I noticed on here, they're warm, but they're just not as bulky as what, we would think is a comforter. It was a little thinner. I just wish I could find the one I got her so you guys could see it because it was really pretty. I love it when people share ideas of what they get for their kids and grandkids and stuff because I just think you learn, from what other people do, and people put a spin on stuff, like if they want to do homemade things. Because like my daughter for Christmas, she made us a homemade calendar. I just absolutely love because it's got the kids' pictures at the top. I love stuff like that. I would rather have stuff like that than store-bought. Here it is. Yay, I found it. Something like this, but it doesn't have words on it. And watch Google and I give it. It's this same horse, but it's in a different position and there's no words. And it had a feather hanging in the mane. That's as close as I can find that looks like it. I don't know why they don't have the other one. But this is the main type though. How it flares. And it's like the horse's face has got a little war paint on it. And it's got a feather hanging in the mane. That's what her bedroom set looks like. And it is so pretty. But I can't find the exact one. I mean, I'm sure they got more of them. I keep look at all these beautiful horse sets. Look at this one. Oh my goodness. This girl runs on Jesus and horses. Look how gorgeous that is. It's like a turquoise and there's like a cross in the middle of the horse's head. Love the colors. The turquoise is pretty. Oh, I could look at horse stuff all day. I'm always on here looking for something. And I'll tell you the one place I try not to go to too much is freaking Pinterest. Oh my goodness. I can get lost in that place for days. I'm like telling my husband, if you don't see me come out of Pinterest, send me a full. There it is. There it is. This is the exact one I got her finally. Hold on. I finally found it. See? Let me see if I can look at that. It's got the marks across the nose, and it looks like schmutz across the sheet, but it isn't. It's just the way it is, and there's like a feather. Me too. There's see the feather in the mane and tail? This is the exact set I got her. And then the horse heads are on the pellet cases. Is that like not gorgeous? I was like, oh, I want this bedroom set. So I told my husband, I want one of these. So when it came in, I couldn't wait to open it and play with it. And she's going to love this. And listen to the differences between them. They are so comical. I don't know if you were in here when I told this story, Sandy and Allison, but Layla is the twin that sleeps with like 3 blankets. Livia sleeps on top of her comforters with just a blanket. And she's small, and my daughter's like, aren't you cold? And you know what she said to her? Mom, as long as I sleep on top of my blanket, I don't have to make my bed. She says it's always made. I about died. 5 years old. She's already seen she doesn't want to make her bed. I thought that was so comical. These kids, I love them. I was like, oh my word, that child. She's something. So she keeps hers all intact. That's what I thought was hysterical. I was like, oh my goodness. I was rolling. So this is what this is for. This is my favorite type of journal to make. This is me. All me. 100% me. I did not watch this on somebody else's channel. This is something, if somebody else done it, oh well. In my mind, I did it first. Because me owning a used bookstore, they had a library sale. And me and my daughter went. And it was like, I don't know, $5 for your bag or whatever. And I looked over in the corner of the library where they were selling it, and the bottom, because it wasn't in the library, it was like around the back. And there was a whole bunch of National Geographics. I mean, like halfway up the wall of this building, and nobody wants them. So I noticed opening my bookstore, I had ran an ad, don't throw books away, call me, because a lot of people were throwing books away into the landfill. That's what gave me the idea to start my bookstore, because I couldn't stand the thought of it. So someone dropped me off, like, I don't know, 4 boxes full of National Geographics. And my first love, as far back as I can remember, like in 7th grade, was photography. Good night, Allison. You have sweet dreams. And when I started going through the magazines, I was like, all these gorgeous photographs. I mean, like, National Geographics are amazing. And I've heard here recently, circulating through our crafting community, the National Geographics are really great for gel plates. They're great for transferring. I think I heard Maddie or somebody talking about it. I'm like, yes, like somebody finally notices National Geographics for what they are, because they have beautiful stuff. So Craft Arena is a bigger YouTuber who was doing altered books, but she was using, when I saw one of her videos, she was using regular scrapbooking paper and making them pretty. And I got to thinking one night, when study uses scrapbooking paper, it would be cool to alter a book and do it with my homemade coffee dyed paper and National Geographics. Because I noticed the type of journals I liked as a kid had a picture on it somewhere. You know, like when you're going through your line journals or whatever, and they have like a little picture at the bottom or something. I like having pictures to look at too. So I got to thinking, why not? So the first journal I ever made was a 3-ring binder one. And then the second one was the altered. And I really enjoy doing this one because of the photography. And I realized this is my favorite. So I went in and I watched how she kind of like, tore out so many pages. I don't do exactly like she does it, but what I do personally is I count all the pages in the book, even the ones that aren't numbered. And I get it to where I would say anywhere between 50, and I don't want to go past like 120 pages. I want to keep it within that range, because if you don't, you end up with like an alligator mouth. So what I decided to do was take this book and then I count 5 pages and tear out so many pages. Sometimes you do got to go back through it and do it again, but I kind of figure out exactly how many pages, and you got to be really careful on how you rip the pages because you don't want them running into the next. So what I did was I put my coffee dyed papers on some pages. Sometimes there's even pictures in the books themselves that I'll just leave. And this is how it turns out. And when I go to where I've torn the pages out, that's what's inside these pockets. I take the 2 pages in between. That's why you got to be careful where you rip them, because like there might be like 5 ripped out right here, but this is what I did. I take and I glue it down this way, glued across the bottom, and I take the page and fold it backwards, and I glue it here and glue it here and decorate it. And I made a pocket here so people can store stuff in these too, like a junk journal, but also they don't have to have like, if a person likes to write, they have more writing room. If they want to have a little tuck or something, they can add what they want throughout the book without overdoing it. But I really enjoy this particular type. I love it because you can write and then you have a picture to look at. Like say you're dazing off and you're like trying to think about what to write next that you did when you're trying to remember what you did for your day. You have that picture to stare at. That's just me. So in the pockets, I put an altered paper clip to show where I glued them together, because sometimes when you're flipping through, you forget when you've done them. So this is why I did this. And then what I'll do is I'll take the paper clips back off now that I have these made. And look, we have journaling cards. And now you can find where your pockets are because you have the altered paper clip attached to the journaling card. So you can pull these out. You can write on them. They can be your secret place. But you'll know where your tucks are. Or you could just leave this on the page. It doesn't matter. Either or. Or you could put this on the page, or you could put a tab here or something like that. But at least now you know where your pockets are. So then you keep on going through it, because we're going to add, and I'll show you where all the pockets are. And I like the idea, and see this one here, the page is bent this way, because I kind of like abstract art a little bit too. So when I bend it this way, these pieces are like 2 different pieces of coffee dyed paper that I used to decorate to cover the words, because I wanted to look like this. And I love having something peeking out of the pocket. Like that's got a bear. Sometimes it could be just scenic. And then keep flipping through. This one here, I glued down the side and across the bottom, and I made up, not this one, sorry, up through the top down pocket. So this one's going to slide down in. So if you get older and you want to hide stuff, I just made you the perfect journal. If you want to hide receipts, like from crafting, and you don't want your husband to see them, I just gave you the perfect place to hide it. But I love this. And then here, and I just played with the pages. I'm sure there's many more things you can do, like if you had a pull out, you could add it in and, you know, have a pull out page or whatever. But look how cute these are. And this is what I mean about the abstract. It's like putting a line here, and I folded this page back and glued it here and here, and you got a bird peeking out at you. This is all coffee dyed paper. And this is the next one. And all the papers I cut tonight are going in these pockets. And one thing cool about these is you can also take these, and you could even put lined paper on them if you want. You could cut notebook paper down on these. You could put, you know, those pads that you get laying around your house that have lines on them. You could glue it to these and turn these just into regular journaling cards. So you have a side tuck, one from the top, ones that are from the side. And I do pictures halfway down the page and then fill it with coffee dyes so you can have words under pictures. And yes, I have one I kept. I love it. It's already done. And it's really cool to see writing beside the pictures. It's really cool when these are done. This was a bear laying on its back with its paws in the air. I just think that is super cute. For somebody in National Geographic to capture this moment, to me, that's just adorable. Who would throw these away? You know what I mean? Animals don't always participate like you want them to. You catch them at moments like this. And then this is it looks like a stream. And then there's a bear eating berries. I appreciate the photography these people have done. I really do. To capture these moments are amazing. This is a pocket that's going to go down from the top. So there you get the altered paper clip. And this is going to slide right down in. And then here, love this. And then we have the blues of the sky. And look at that. This reminds me of one of those movies where two people are running together towards each other on the beach getting ready to hug. I love this picture. And this is how it looked in National Geographic. They were two separate pages, and this is what it looked like. And I thought, that is so stinking cute. So we'll put this in over here. And then I put a piece of my coffee dyed paper, fold down in an envelope that I put together here. This is one of those vintage law book pages. It's got the key. And then there's a tiger. And here's another half pocket with a rhino. And then there's a little lion and her cub. And then a fall scenery. And then this is the last pocket that's got a journaling page or hidden spot. But at least this way you can mark your hidden spot. And then here's another half page. There's looks like a beaver looking at his reflection. And then look how cute that is. And I put a little mappage in there just because I like the colors. And you have a little baby penguin under its mama or its father. And then more writing. Then there's a deer. Then there's more little penguins. And then that's scenic. And then you have this, and I put this building in there because it was something different to have some architecture. And then this is the back. And all these pages came out of that. And then this I made. And it's done. It's finally done. The first pocket, I just stuck this in here because it matched. I had a blue card. So it's finally done. Except this little piece here needs glued down. And people can make it their own. And I love it when a person takes a journal and they don't have to keep it, you know, how I've done it. They can add what they want to it. You could put washi tape on it. You can decorate it to make it your own. And oh, voila. It's finished. So there we have it. A nice nature book. Got little things on the top, little things on the side. But I do enjoy these. And I did a video, 2020, the ones that I utilized for 2020, and one of these like this type of method I kept for myself that I did, and I really like it. How it turned out, and it like, you know how some people say they never keep their own journals, they get, you know, they sell them all, but that particular one I just really liked when it was finished, so I kept it and I used it, and I'm glad I did because it's got a lot of my favorite stuff in it. I thought it was hard when I first started journaling, making them, to put all that time in it, and then how do you get rid of it? You know what I mean? It's a lot of work. And it's like, you know, and it was hard at first to get rid of the first one, but the one I made that was the binder, the 3-ring one, that was a custom one. And it turned out so nice. Like I impressed myself. I was like, wow. And the person that got it really loved it too. So that made it even better. But I find it, me personally, I think it's easier to do a custom, especially if it's for a person that you know, than trying to do it random. You know what I mean? Like, to just make a journal and stick it in your Etsy store and pray somebody will like it. I find that harder, because at least when you're doing a custom one, you get an idea what the person likes, so you know what to put in it. Or if you've watched them or listened to them, or like when Scotty did mine, she did an amazing one. Hey, Hot Threads. So it's really nice because she knew I love blue butterflies. She knows I love horses, sunflowers, yellow roses. Like, she incorporated all of that into the journal she made for me. And that makes it more special because it's custom. Not saying that the other ones aren't special, but I just think it's more so because it has a more of a meaning, if you know what I mean. Because sometimes I'll go down through, hey, princess. Sometimes I'll go down through you know, my Etsy, and it's like, I think some other people have that same problem, because you'll see like a beautiful cover, and I'm not knocking you Etsy people, because, you know, art's art, but when I look at a cover like this, I think I want to see animals in that. I want to see nature in that. You know what I mean? And I've noticed, like, if you go down Etsy and you really, because I love doing that, because I randomly try to buy off of someone for Christmas that I don't know, to kind of surprise them, because who doesn't need money around Christmas, you know? But sometimes you'll see like a beautiful cover and it'll have like blue butterflies all over it. And then they open it up and you see nothing to do with butterflies, or you see nothing to do with animals. I'm more of a themed person, not just like make a pretty cover and the inside looks like crap, or does it match it? I like it when the theme continues. So I kind of know my style. So, but I have seen a few like that. They would have beautiful covers. I'd be like, hmm. And then once I started flipping through them, I'm like, ew. I mean, no offense to the artist, but it's like the cover had nothing to do with what you put in it. So, you know, or colors or something that kind of stays with the cover. So the cover matters a lot to me. Like when I see a cover of a journal, I want to see something in it that resonates what's on the outside. You know what they say, never judge a book by its cover. Well, you look in some of them and it's like, whoa. But then some do. So, you know, but it is really cool to see all the different creativity that's out on Etsy. You know, like if you type in homemade junk journals or just junk journals and just look, you get like ephemera and all this stuff. But I go down it like once or twice a year and I'm like, wow, look at all this cool stuff, especially like around the holidays for Christmas and for Valentine's Day and things like that, just to see what people come up with. Cause I do like looking at what others come up with. It's awesome. Oh, well, thank you. I don't have Discord. I just recently downloaded TikTok. I have a hard enough time trying to keep up with one. And it's awful because I started on Instagram before even YouTube. And I do love my Instagram followers. Like I have over 1,000 there, and I really like the people there too. And I feel like I've neglected them when that's where I started. But I just can't do it. I can't keep up. Like I have one friend, oh, you got to try Big O. And I went there and I did not care for it. It had a lot of porn spam. It was awful. So then I went to TikTok. I have, but I turn off the notifications. Like I just open it when I want to open it, because I do have some friends there that I support from YouTube. Some people are doing really good. Like I have a friend over here that was on YouTube. They struggled, like they really grinded, and they just could not get their channel anywhere. It's like they got to a certain level and then well, I'm telling you what, they went to TikTok and they're almost at 100,000. The last time I checked, they were at 99 point something. So they're kind of like not on YouTube that much anymore. They're putting their focus towards where they're growing. It is. And I was shocked when I seen them grow so fast on TikTok. I was like so proud of them. But it is a lot of work. You know, I have a friend that tells me all the time, she's like, you need to take your books over there to TikTok. But I don't know, because TikTok is like, you only got so much time. I don't even have Snapchat. Like I don't have something that's fast. I like, you know, like you can even go live on Facebook too. But I mean, it's like, you got more time to talk. I feel like I'm not a skit person. Like I don't know how to do something real quickly to be on TikTok. A lot of them people, they sing, they dance, or they're just trying to put out a political opinion or something funny. The animal ones are hysterical on TikTok. My husband, I had him download that on the phone. Do you know that he was stuck in TikTok for hours? He told me, he says, now I know why the guys at work don't get no sleep. He goes crazy watching the animals, because they have like voices to them and stuff. Oh my goodness, they're hysterical. I was watching this one person on the floor poking its little dog's nose real easy just to see how long it would take for the dog to get irritated and bite him. You know how dogs play? So this person's sitting there going poke, 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 and that dog crunch, and that's all, and then it was the end. Like, it was the cutest video, though. It was a little pug. It was like, "Don't be poking my nose." I have 11 followers over there, and I don't even have content. I have no clue. Oh, no. What they do to the animals over there cracks me up. I was dying laughing. Hold on, Diva. Tape in the room. Diva is so funny. I have been on her channel for a while. There's a bunch of people I follow, and I still have not had a chance to visit. So she popped on late last night, right before I was getting ready to hop in the shower because my husband didn't get home till 2 from work. And I got in her stream and we had the best conversation. And sometimes I like it when streams aren't real busy, so you get more of that one-on-one contact. We had the best conversation last night. She's such a sweetheart. She kept me busy and kept me awake till my hubby come home. And she's a gamer. She has 3 channels, and she has a boyfriend who's a gamer. Now, I don't game that much. I play Fishdome, but I don't, I'm not much of a gamer, but my husband is. He plays the PS4 and all that good stuff. And so do my grandson. So they all have something in common. But I follow everybody. Like, I have gamer friends. I have different, but I'm just trying to get around to visit channels. And it's hard sometimes, it's because I believe in full watch. I don't go to a channel and just give you 30 seconds because I know that that's how the paid YouTubers, watching in full and watching the commercials or whatnot, that's how they get paid. So when I follow somebody and I come to your channel, you're not going to get 30 seconds from me. You're going to get the full watch because I truly believe in that. So when I go to my comment section, I go to a person's channel, but a lot of people I follow have 2-hour-long streams. So it's hard for me to keep up with everybody. Like, once you watch a 2-hour, it's like, oh my goodness. Then you go to another 2-hour, you know what I mean? Like, it's long. So what I do is I'll leave the gamers sit while I'm doing laundry or doing dishes, and I'll just let it play. And, like, I'll watch part of it because I want to give something to comment about their content. But because I don't want to just constantly say the same thing. So I try to look for something in their content to comment on and then go from there. But man, you get a hold of some gamers, they can keep you on YouTube on watch time for hours. And, you got to have the hours to make the money. So I don't blame them for having the hours, but it's really hard when you're following, like, as you get bigger, it's harder as your channel grows. And I'm thinking, my goodness, I don't know how these people with 1 million subs do it. I would be pulling my hair out. You can't possibly be able to support that many people. And then some people are like, well, when they get bigger, I just don't watch their channel. I said, well, that's not nice. I watch all of them. I don't care what their numbers are about. If I like their content, I'm going to watch them to support them and support the people that support you, But man, it's something. It really is. And they made it harder because I remember, if you go back to my older videos, there was a lot more people commenting before they did the 400 or the 4,000 watch hours. But when they incorporated that 4,000 watch hours, they made it really hard for YouTubers to watch each other. Because there's just a lot. There's no way I could watch 2,000. What do I have? 2,500 and something people. I can't do that in one day. And I even go to my subscriber list and I can see there's people subscribed to me. I don't even know who they are. Like, I've never even been to their channels. And some of them do have channels, some of them don't. And they say as you get bigger, it's kind of like, if you're going for the monetization, it's better to have people that don't have YouTube channels. That way you can get the watch time. But It's like my audience is mostly people that have channels. So it's kind of hard not to, you know what I mean, find other YouTubers when you don't really have any other way to source. It's not like I go around my town handing out business cards saying, "Hey, watch me on YouTube." I don't know. But they do give you advice. Like I signed up for a TubeBuddy and it said, to sign up for different places and try to get people to come. But I think it's hard. I think it's hard to promote yourself. And unless you're really into something. But I want people to come here because they enjoy the conversations and they enjoy the people that come. I don't want people to just be here for a number. You know what I mean? Like I really want to like the people that come in and for them to like me back and what I do. But I had one bigger guy comment in my section a while ago. He was like at 100,000 and he commented and said, "I like your content because it's different. It's original." He says, you don't follow what trends, which I don't. I think in my personal opinion, it's YouTube. You should do you. You shouldn't be trying to do what somebody else did to be famous on here because there's only so many of those openings. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think you should have an original content. And if it doesn't grow, it doesn't grow. But I'm doing my passion. So, and I screw with the YouTube algorithm because, like, I have 2 friends that are crafters that started when I did. And they're like, "Well, you should be paid by now." And people are like, "How can you have 2,000 subscribers and not make money?" And I'm like, it isn't about the numbers. I screw with YouTube's algorithm because my channel is a variety channel. I don't stick with one niche. So if I do a makeup look, you're going to see my makeup people that I met through Instagram come in to comment. They're not going to comment on my book videos. So when I do books, you're going to see the people who like the books or who just like my content. And if you see me do a review, you're going to see those type of people. You're not going to see the same people comment unless it's a regular person that doesn't care. You get different people for what I do differently. But I just don't want to conform because I feel like it's cliquish. Like, I don't want to be just a crafter and I don't want to just be a makeup person. I like doing a variety because that's who I am. But YouTube don't like it. And they do just crafts and became monetized and they have less people than I do because they stuck with the one niche. But I don't want to. So, and I'm not going to cheat to do it. I'm not going to take my phone on somebody else's Wi-Fi and let my playlist play. I naturally want to get paid when it's ready. And if not, I don't care. Because I didn't come here for the money in the first place. I came here on advice on advertising. So it is what it is. If I get paid, I do. I mean, some of my friends kind of wanted to push me to do it. And they were like, they were trying to play my playlist. And I'm like, you know what? Whenever it happens, it happens. I'm in no rush. My husband makes enough money. I'm not hurting. So I'm good. Plus, I worked like 3 jobs at the time I started YouTube. And now I can relax. I feel like I'm in retirement mode. So I worked in private home care and a private nursing home care, and plus started my bookstore in all cash from that job. So I put my time in. I've done my living. So I'm happy. I like where it's at. Here it's me neither. Here it's more a hobby and I do live sales and whatever I make from my live sales helps out, with bills and different things like that, or to buy more stuff to have another sale just because I like helping people keep the ephemera, especially when, COVID happened, people couldn't get out and shop in some areas when they had state shutdowns and different things. We could bring the live sales to people and, still have deals on stuff. So, and I enjoy the live sales. I really do. I enjoy what everybody brings to the table because all of us in the crafting community, we have different things in different states. So it's like really cool to see what other people get in their state that I've never seen, you know? So I kind of like that, or in another country. So I like it. My next sale will be March 10th. I have no clue what I'm going to have. I like being surprising because it could go either way. You could put what you have and people be interested, or you could just surprise them and people be interested. But I like surprising people because I'm like one of those type of people that doesn't read the end of the book before I read the beginning. So I like having surprises. And hopefully I got another seller that's coming on with me. She came on last time, Viv. She does jewelry. I do all the paper ephemera stuff. I love paper. I'm just a paper person. And hopefully we'll have a vintage seller, but I'm not sure. I gotta wait to see if she's ready. And the last time I had a sale, one of them canceled. She was going to be the Sense because she stole Scentsy, but then that fell through. So, but I try to have a different seller doing different things, not two sellers doing the same thing, because I think it kind of gives a nice variety. But I like having friend time, so it makes it nice. So if anybody has anything that they sell and they want to come up and join, all they have to do is let me know. Yep. And plus Viv, she does wonderful jewelry and her prices are awesome. Like it could be anywhere from $1, $2, $3, or you can buy a pack of jewelry for 10, like, because she has crafting for crafters too, or it could be jewelry you wear. And it's really cute stuff she brings to the table. So I really like her sales. I really like her as a person. She was very fun to sell with. She's probably thinking this girl's crazy because her time came up and I just left because I had to hurry up and take my dog out to go to the bathroom because I was selling for 2 hours. I just left her with my tails, like, have at it, because that's how I feel about my friends. You know what I mean? If I'm comfortable with you, heck yeah, just take over. She didn't panic though because she's good at selling. Hey, Becky, I can't wait to get Becky's present. Yay! I call all my sales my Sunday Fun Time mails, whether I buy them or not. It's going to be so cool. It was crazy because Mel knows what I like. And I've been looking for a really nice runner, Becky, since I've been on here when sales started. And every time I see something, it's like, no, because my kitchen is kind of like, it's more like, it has greens in it, but it's also like tan walls. And in my dining room, which is joint, it has yellow butterflies and stuff in it. And oh my gosh, when I saw that, she was like, you gotta see this. And I hurried up and I was like, oh my word. I said, get it. So she bid on it for me and I was so happy. I'm so excited. Aw, well, thank you. I can't wait. I'm so excited because when I saw that, I was just, my eyes were like popping out of my head. Like, oh my gosh, this is like perfect. That's what I've been looking for since I've been on here. But yeah, she's one of the sellers. She had some really nice items. Oh my goodness. I love it when people do a variety of stuff on here. I try to get to all the sales, but sometimes I can't. And my daughter had me on the phone. So you know how that goes. But I'm glad because I have Mel looking out for me. She spoiled me for my birthday too. I started I have a little Lonenberger thing that I have not really utilized. It's got all the little cards in it where you put down like the person's name and email and their addresses and stuff in it. So I'm trying to get information like when a person's birthday is or when somebody sends me something like a happy mail to try to keep track. Because man, it's tough, especially when you have one person that has a name on YouTube and it's completely different for real. And it's like, oh my goodness, I can't keep track of you people. So I started, here, I'll show you. I had this Lonenberger thing for years and I've never really used it, but I like it. I meant to do my Christmas addresses and stuff in it, but then I ended up with a book. So I put all the addresses and stuff in my book instead. So I had this empty. I'll show you. Here it is. See how nice this is? I know Lonenberger went out of business. But look how cool this is. And here's all my little, look how full this is. All my little index cards. It's never been used. Deanie. That's a cute name. But yeah, here's the alphabet. And then I can just pluck it and put the information on in pencil and slip it. And the alphabet, what I'm going to do is, because I don't know a lot of people on YouTube by their last names, I'm doing it by their first letter. That way, if I look for Sandy, I could go to S and find Sandy. Because it's too much for me to remember the last names. All right, Sandy, thanks for coming in. So yeah, that's what I decided to do. So as people like buy through my Etsy or whatever, this is where they'll go so I can keep track. And then once you become friends with some people, you know, after time, then I can ask for their birthday. They don't have to give me the year, but I can put their, you know, September 13th or whatever, and know when to send them something if I want to do something special. But yeah, I love this Lonenberger basket. I've had this for a long time. Now I get to use it. Glad I never got rid of it. One of the hoards I'm glad I did not get rid of. So that sits by my desk where I do my orders. And that makes it nice. And I never share anybody's information. You know, a couple times we had to track some people down. I always ask, even for an email, if somebody needs to get a hold of somebody, I don't ever share out information unless the person gives me their permission. So I was sitting there thinking the other day, when I started doing my book videos again this year, I thought I had it planned out. But I was using this piece of fabric. You'll notice this is in the background of my book videos. And I told my husband last night, why am I doing this way? And he's looking at me and says, what do you mean? And I said, this fabric should be behind the educational books when I sell them. I need to go through my fabrics and match a fabric to the book genre I'm selling. So when I did romance books, which is still going on for the month of February, I should have had hearts behind it, like a heart fabric. So I'm going to have to change. I'm going to use this one for till the end of the month, and then I'm going to find fabric to match the genres. I think that would be a good idea because it seems funny having a school fabric behind romance books. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, I was talking about you. Oh, that's just terrible. And see, you could have been up here doing arts with me and crafts with me. This is Mel. I was talking about her and she pops in. See, her ears are burning. She's the one that bid on me for me. It's Rebecca's table runner. The one I was just talking about. But Mel, I finished it. I took and I finally got my pockets filled, and I got the cards. I cut these off of cardstock to make journaling cards. And you can take a, you know what I mean? Like if you have these pamphlets laying around your house with like lines and stuff, you can put it like right there and glue it on and use it for lines, or you could leave it blank and do what you want. But I filled in all the hidden places and I put the paper clips on those. And you're getting my blue paper clips, whoever gets this. I need some more blue paper clips. But these were cute. Patty Cakes! I love her name. She makes me want to play patty cake with my kids. When they were little. But these are all, it's finally finished. It's all done. I tucked them all away. And wow, what a job that one was. And I still have my glue book that I'm working in. And my artist one. I got to find those artist training cards that Madison made. And something from Maddie. I need one from each of them to do a page in that book. And here's my glue book. My glue book is random. This was my birthday in 2020 page. My horses, my love of horses. I absolutely love this page. I really do. I bought this little horse charm from somebody in the UK off of Etsy. I wish I would have got more of that trim. That's Esme's trim. Oh my goodness, I love this trim that I bordered the page with. And then this here was what the heck are them called? Journaling cards. Project Life cards. That's what this was. And in the box of the Project Life, they had the horse and a little bit of die cuts. So I added that. And then this here's just one of these. I really like these. I found these when I was out shopping. They're a note card, but they were like an ombre color. So I glued one of those in and I put the horse over top of it, decorated this. And then this here, this is just all random junk I had laying around my house and I've cut out of stuff. This was an eBay seller that drew me this as a thank you, which I thought was really funny. I bought a horse set of books for my one granddaughter that loves horses, and they literally drew this as a thank you. So I stuck that in there. This was my Valentine's Day. This one here was for Thanksgiving and fall because I love autumn. It's my favorite season. This here I colored and I turned that poor, oh my goodness, that poor eagle. I turned it into a vulture. Look what I did. I should have left the front of his head white like a normal eagle. I turned him into a vulture. He looks awful. It says, God will renew my strength, Isaiah 40:31. But look what I did. I left his white up here on the eagle. Look how sad he looks. That's supposed to be an eagle, and it looks like a vulture off of a bad cartoon. And then Footprints in the Sand. This came out of a used book that came in my bookstore. And I got to color these. And this was Halloween. Some of this stuff came out of a sale I bought. So I made a little Halloween page. And this was scraps that I had left over. And then this is my flower garden page. I love this page. I love all of it though. I had to put tatting in here. And then this was out of a Work Basket magazine. A lot of this stuff I just cut. And then this is Tim Holtz. Like that tissue paper stuff. I have a roll of it right here. This stuff here. I love this stuff. This is great decoupage with. So I have that. And then this was a secret garden page. Mel says it looked like it was growing fur. It's petable. It's a willy worm, Mel. It's a willy worm wrapped around my secret garden. This came off of a box of a necklace I bought. So I added it because I like sunflowers. And then this was just random cutouts. You'd be surprised what you can find in magazines. I like cutting these out of, I get Walter Drake. I get Collections magazine. I get just random junk mail. And I just go through them and cut out random cute stuff. Stuff that they're trying to sell, but I think looks cute. And then this was my Christmas. Some of these came off of Christmas envelopes. You know, the little stickers that they seal. I peel it off real slow and try to save them and re-glue. And then I think that's all I got done in this book so far. And the paper on this, these I make. These are called my fabric words. What did I have these listed as? Fabric tags. That's what I call them. And I sell these during my live sales. And this was fabric at an estate sale. I got a bunch of different colors. So what I did was on my Sizzix, I cut out, I have the dies for these. And I cut these out and then glue them together. And they got that cross on them like they're stitched, but they're not. That's built into the actual dies. And then these, I put words on a the scrolls. You know, like the old-fashioned scrolls. I literally had one on my computer, an image. So what I did was wrote the words on them, the size I wanted to fit on these. And I print out the whole sheet and cut them. And then I put them on these. And this is what the whole set looks like. I love making these. These are one of my favorite things that I come up with. And I hit the thesaurus, ladies, because I was trying to think of words. This is pieces of some of the fabric. Like they're not all the fabric's colors. I'll have new ones. I was trying to think, well, thank you. I was trying to think of what words that you would put on front of a journal. And I wanted something different. You know, I wanted to incorporate everything we write about. So I had, this one says my story. This one's dreams. This one has recollections on denim. This one has faith. This one has history. This one has secrets. This one says journal. I love this word. Hope. I had a cat live to be 22 years old named Hope. And I just love the word hope. Always have. And so that's special to me. And then memoir and then life. And I have these, I usually sell these for $5 a set. And then what was really cool, the actual pieces of this fabric that came from an estate sale, the person who had them, they were 6x6s. So these were meant to be part of a quilt, I believe. They were going to turn these into a quilt. So what I did when I cut them down, the piece that's left, I made thank you tags and sent them out one time for thank yous to people. So I thought that was cute. I try to utilize what I can. All right, Mel. You better get on the ball, woman. We got to get her. We got to get her on the ball, ladies. We got to get her on the ball to start opening up her channel, start selling on her channel, get her butt up here to start doing art. I'm going to keep her busy. I'm going to make you an appointment book, Mel. She's going to be whipping me. She'll call me on the phone. What? I got to pick on her. We keep each other on our toes. So this is my glue book I got to finish, and the paper from this that I covered this with is Dollar Tree paper. I wanted something different, so I bought this as wrapping paper, and I thought this was cute because it reminded me of my teenagers with roller skates and all that fun stuff. So that's where this came from. And I covered a book that nobody wanted because I try to find a home for my books, and whatever ones I have leftovers, I could think I can turn into journals if they don't sell. That's what I do. I have a tote that sits beside me in the garage. The books go out. Some books go out the door. Some books sell. Some books stay with me because I put them in a community yard sale. And then some that nobody wants. And I don't, the title's kind of, this was like a business book. I don't know. It really wasn't that great. I turned it into a journal, so it doesn't go to waste. And this is the other one I'm in the process of working on. This one here is for all my favorite crafters and all my favorite sellers. So what I did was my Sunny Fun Time mails that you see on my channel, this is where they go. I pick out people that I buy from since I've been on YouTube, and people who I love their journals, which JD was my first junk journal. She's in Australia. Everything that reminds me of the people that I buy off of go to that page. So JD loves blue. She loves music. This is actually something she made. She sent this to me in a happy mail. This was a napkin that she sent, and so was this. And then this is her business card. She's Willow Bound Journals. She goes under her name, Uni Desiree, on here. That's her channel name. And then Patty's pages here. Patty Lang was my first vintage person that I bought off of on YouTube. So I made this page in her memory because it's got all the things I bought off of her channel. There's buttons and old paper, and there's a pretty fabric. And I put her name because I don't have a business card. So this was her 2 pages. And then this here goes to Amy. We love our Amy paper. Amy loves Halloween. She's under Darkwood Sanctuary. Here's some of her tags right here. I have a bunch of her stuff right beside me. She dips tags and she makes stuff beautiful. She does all of our dark colors. She does our blacks, our oranges, and she does. I just bought papers off of her. I have upstairs, and she just had a sale too. And this is Amy's page. I put this for her because I know she loves her Halloween. And then this here is Pearl's page, because Pearl is Pearly Poo to me. And I found this cute little thing that looks like a pearl. And this was fabric I bought off of her sale. And it says, it takes hands to build a house, but only hearts can build a home. And she's wonderful with her grandson. And Pearl is under Pearl Brown. She's also a seller. So this is her page. Next, we have Michelle Scott. This is my Scotty page because I know she loves her shabby chic. She loves her grunge. She loves her Paris. And this was some things that I got off of her sale, some items. So I put that on here. I blinged her out. Then we have Carehart. I love Care. She is the funniest person and such a great person to talk to. Even without Defy, she's just wonderful. But with Defy, she's even more wonderful. So these were things that I bought off of the Defy. She had these on her things at auctions and this fabric, and I loved the fall, so this was here. And then this was off of her. All this was from a Defy. And this here stuck out to me because she did Harry Potter and she put in sayings. It was like Harry Potter sayings that you could clip them. Tell me this does not sound like Carhartt. It matters not what someone is born, but what they grow to be. The Goblet of Fire. And as many people as that woman helps with what she's accomplished, I think that was just so fitting for her. So I put that saying in. I love this page for her. It just suits her. And then this here is Katie's Tribe of Five. Thank you, Patty. This is a Cheers card I bought from her channel. All this stuff I bought, and Katie reminds me of somebody frilly. I could just see her having a tea party. I don't know why, but this just all suits her to me. So this is my Katie page. Then you flip again, and we have Rosie. Rosie's Crafty Shack. All this stuff was bought at Rosie's, and I have her business card. And Rosie to me reminds me of somebody who's elegant. I see her as shabby chic and elegant. I actually have a book of hers upstairs that's all teapots, and it is the cutest stinking book you'll ever see. She had it at one of her sales. And I don't know. When I think of Rosie, I think of pink and I think of this. This is what I do when I get to know people. This is my psychological profile of you people. Is I decorate you. And then I have plenty more pages to fill. So as I get to know people, and I want to do a spread on Maddie and Madison, but I need something from both of them. Like I need to know exactly what cards they made. And I know I have something that Madison made one time that was green, and I used a Maddie card and something else I did. I put it somewhere else. So I don't have that anymore. So I'm going to have to get something made by the two of them to do a page spread. But yeah, this is what I do when like if you have a sale or you have a D-stash, I'll go through your sale and pick out stuff, and I'll make two pages for you. So I got plenty to fill this in. And this is just, I took a book and I outlined it with, this is duct tape. Believe it or not, I found sunflower duct tape. And I put this in. I've got 2 signatures in it. And then this is blue cardstock because it's my favorite color. And the Sunny Fun Time mails, I made this on my art program. I just grabbed a bunch of clip art and put it together. But I love these tags. And then, of course, I love Rick Rack too. I have a question for crafters that's in here. What do you use seam binding for? I have no flipping clue. I've seen people use, what's it called? Sorry. Thank you. And this picture here, I took this with my phone. I couldn't find a sunflower out when we were out running around. This was actually an artificial flower I found in the Goodwill. And I pulled it out, and it's a fake flower, and I fluffed it, and I took a picture with my phone and brought it home and ran it off just because I wanted a sunflower. I've seen people use sari to tie journals with, like on the edges and stuff, but I don't know what they use seam binding for. I haven't searched it because I have tons of seam binding and I don't know what to do with it. The Rick Rack I love. I love the weave of the Rick Rack, which I believe that's where it got its name. And then JD, this was one of the journals I got off of her. This is just going to be a work in progress all the time. But I mean, do they use it to, is seam binding used to do non-showing signatures? Or yeah, that's what I was wondering. Do they bind, like, sometimes you get sheets of paper and you want them to stand up and down, but they're not wide enough to go into a journal. And I have taken, they call them something. I didn't even know they had a name. Somebody seen me do it one time and they were like, oh, that's so cute that you actually do that. Where you cut a thin piece of paper and you glue two pieces to it so that it will go into a signature. I forget what that's called, but I've done that before because I couldn't get the paper to fit. So, like, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Like taking this here and folding it up and down like this. There's a name for this, but I forget what it's called. And you glue a piece to this side and a piece to this side so you have it to where it's like 2 pages to where you can put a signature in. I was wondering if that's what they use seam binding for too. Yeah, because Patty, I mean, I don't know all the tricks to this yet. I'm new to junk journaling. I just started, like, seriously, a year and a half ago. I came to YouTube and I never knew about junk journals. I never even heard of fussy cutting. I've never heard of that. I come here and it was like, I literally have a hook rug, 2 crochet hooks and some yarn. That was it. I had nothing. Now you should see me. Because of buying all the sales, I was such a little piggy because I kept buying everything because I had really nothing to work with. But I was, sometimes I see these people, like, when you're watching people journal, JD's like eclectic. I know what that means. She does pages sideways, up and down, it doesn't matter. But I have a crafter, one crafter friend I know, and she likes her paper strictly up and down. She does not like them to go sideways. That's the difference in crafters. This is what I think is amazing about the community, is that everybody pulls off their own thing. Well, I had some papers one time and I didn't know how to get them in the signature because I'm like, well, I would like to have, a couple up and down pages, but the only way I could put them in was sideways. So I just was playing with it one day and I thought, this piece of paper could work as a signature. And it's, you take this piece, you glue it here, and it works to get it to go up and down, and you glue this piece of paper here, and there you go. You have your 2 pieces of paper up and down. They call this hinging. Somebody said, I love it that you hinged. And then I noticed when I took apart a scrapbook, I've seen these in scrapbooks, something like this too. And I thought, oh, so that's what that's called. I don't know. I can crochet, but I can't do a tutorial because I don't know the names of the stitches. I know what a single stitch is. I know what a double stitch is, but that's it. That's like the limit of a crochet stitch. I only know a shell stitch because a woman had crocheted. I don't know how to do it, but I know what it looks like because a lady made a baby blanket from my daughter. And I go, what is that? And she says, that's a shell stitch. But like, I don't know how to do. I have no clue of the lingo. So I didn't know that they called this hinging. Oh. To me, it's just a piece of paper holding 2 pieces of paper together. So that's what I was wondering, if they did this with seam binding. I wonder if you could, if you don't want people to see you hinge, If you cover this with seam binding and glue it, it would almost be like a washi tape decoration. You know what I mean? Like they're covering the hinge because maybe the paper color don't match. Like this wouldn't match because it's checkered or whatever. But you could put seam binding on this too and cover this and sew it into your book too. That would be cool. Like I wasn't sure what seam binding was used for because I've never used it for anything. But I have a lot of it. I have tons of it. And two, I want to learn how to put together some packs of stuff, not just papers, but like, I have like papers floating around that to me, I can't sell them outright by themselves. They need to go into something. Like, I don't know how people would use them or what they would use them for, but I have like those patterns that feel like cardstock that are 2 pages. I want to learn to make like ephemera packs where I can add other things in. Locker Nuts is one of my favorite channels. They buy lockers and they sell stuff, and I just purchased a wonderful vintage lot filled with cool stuff. But I would like to share some of it because I know I'm not going to use it all. But it's like spools of thread and some is vintage because I don't know how long they were in the locker that they bought, but it's like a lot of cute stuff. So I want to make like my daughter, she pre-drilled holes in dominoes. I have some corks, things that people use, but I want to turn it all into a pack. Like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. But I want to turn them into like an ephemera style pack and sell them on my sale. I just don't know what to put together. I overthink things, and I know I do that. I have a bad habit of it. I need to relax. Like, I can put 50 sheets of colored dyed paper together like there's no tomorrow. I can add, 10 pieces of a dictionary, 10 pieces of a different type of book and whatever, and I can give you a really nice, pretty set of papers. But when it comes to matching something, like, I want to put everything in one. Like, I want to put crochet with sewing, and really you should divide it up. Like, if you're doing a sewing kit, it should be like, maybe needles and some threads and some papers on just sewing. You don't want to put crochet in that. You know what I mean? Like, that's where I get, because I want to throw everything crafting together. and I just need to get better at it. But this is an ongoing book that came all the way from Australia. As soon as I saw it, I knew I wanted to do with it. And people who've been to my channel are probably sick of seeing this book, but I love it. She didn't have all this on it. All she had was postcard in that little thing. And I was like, oh my gosh. As soon as I saw it, I was like, I know what I'm going to do with that book. I went back through all my childhood cards, and I found every single postcards that my family sent me, and I turned this into my postcard book. And stamps that, people, I had stamps on envelopes. I never got rid of envelopes until I started crafting, and I thought, I'm going to cut these off and save stamps that aren't duplicates. Try to. And these are all the cards my friends and my grandparents and everybody sent me, and I used washi tape and turned this into my postcard stamp book. So that's what I did with this, and I love this. And you can tell she's eclectic because she goes sideways, she goes up and down, but this is what I saw. This was my vision. That's why when she stresses on her channel, I love it that she does that. She'll say, only pick journals that resonate with you. Like, what do you think of when you see it? And I have another one I haven't even begun to start in, and I know she wants to see it, but it's going to be a while. She took a wedding dress And she made the most beautifulest wedding journals that you've ever seen. And she did different colors with it. Like there's like a different like lady in the pocket in the front. Well, my wedding album is old. Let's just say me and my hubby got married in the 80s. And we just hit our 34th wedding anniversary. So you can imagine how crappy my wedding book looks. So what I want to do is it's got my sister had it made and it was one of those padded ones, but I definitely need to remake my wedding album. So what I wanted to do, she had these 2 wooden things that says Mike and Tammy on them. I'd like to take those off somehow without breaking them, but if I can, I can't. I want to transfer my wedding album to her journal. She showed these flippers and this one just hit me like that's mine. And I bought it and I love it because she goes, it's so funny. She said that you bought this one because she had a card hanging in the top. It had a yellow rose and she knows that's my favorite flower. And that's the one that resonated with me. That whole album is just beautiful. And it's a journal like this. And I'm going to transfer my wedding pictures into it. And I cannot wait because it's going to be so cool. But I haven't started on that yet. Even my dentist, he sent a Snoopy card. That's why I had to add this postcard. It says, our entire staff joins in sending wishes for a happy holiday season. Dentist I used to have had Snoopy. It was a brush up for the holidays. Isn't that cute? I had to stick that in here. I'm glad I hoarded this stuff. I really am. Because now I have the cutest book to flip through. And I had a challenge one time on my YouTube channel that for my birthday one year, I told people randomly to mail me a postcard. And I would draw from winners. And you could win a prize. And I got some really cute postcards from that. So I thought that was nice. There's lots of things, patty cakes. You know, I was just telling Mel, when me and her were talking on the phone, I said, you know, I used to play mail in my grandmother's house. She had this dresser in her dining room, and it had a door on each side. It was like a hutch type thing. And I remember playing mail with her birthday cards and her Christmas cards. And oh, if you would have just drooled over her Valentine's ones back then. And God, if I could just have them cards back. Seriously, I played mail with her cards all day. That was one of my favorite things to do at her house. And all them beautiful old vintage cards I played with. And it's like I have no clue what happened to them all. But I still have this book to fill up. And I'm going to continue filling this up with stamps and postcards. Yep. Me too. And this is JD's art. She is also a published author. It was so cool to see her grow. Our channels started almost at the same time. She's doing really well. She also blogs. She did a book on mental health, and these are her art. She actually did these and then made copies and sold these. The one that's in Australia. I love her stuff. And she did a couple mental health books, so now she's an established writer. I'm so proud of her. Yes, I loved watching JD grow. I really did. I so enjoyed watching her channel grow. If you would see how many journals I had of her patty cakes, I think I have the most. She was the first person I literally bought a junk journal off of. And ever since then, I promoted her channel to get her started because I was already started. It was like we were close. And, starting on YouTube. So I promoted her in the first book. that she published. She has a thank you. I'm published in it. My name is in her book. That was so awesome because when I started on my journey of a used bookstore, I came to YouTube for advertising because I couldn't believe how expensive advertising was. So I met a business guy over here and I was commenting on his stream and he said, "Why don't you start your own channel?" And I go, "What do you mean start my own channel?" I didn't know the common user could start a YouTube channel. I always thought a person had to be famous on here because the only people I ever saw was music. Like I watch Def Leppard videos and things like that when I'm cleaning. I would have the music playing in the background, or I would, we have the Do It Yourself Network channel and I seen Do It Yourself. So I didn't know just anybody could have a YouTube channel. So when I started my channel, it was weird at first, but I have gotten used to it. It's gotten better because I did run a chat room for 6 years on Yahoo before coming here. So I do know what, as far as like feedback from people and different things when you are, gabbing or just the persona of a stream. But it was different on Yahoo because we could all talk. We shared a talk button. You had people that text, but the people in text could also speak, which here they have a panel for that. But the first time I did a YouTube video, it took me 3 takes because I felt like I was talking to myself. Like I'm used to sharing a chat room with 60 people to where we all could talk at the same time, like walk all over each other, whatever. But it was fun to, oh my goodness, I'm shooting a video and there's nobody talking back. This is weird. So it took some time to get used to. But when I think where I was, just how far I've come, being on YouTube and meeting people through Instagram, I've had an eyeshadow named Tammy after me from a company when I was doing makeup because I started in makeup. But God only knows why, because I'm not a makeup person. I have had my name published in a book clear in Australia, to having an author come to my store who wrote about all the used bookstores in West Virginia. My bookstore is in a book. My story is in a book, and junk journaling and YouTube is in that book because I told him how it came in steps on how I opened up my bookstore, how I ended up on YouTube, how I found the junk journaling community to utilize another way of used books. Wow. Just wow. I can't believe all the steps I've accomplished since I've been here, and it definitely preceded my bucket list because I never dreamed I would be in a book. You know what I mean? It's like, who would have ever thought my love of books would put me in a book? Crazy. I know, but it's just so weird. Like I look at that stuff and it's funny because me and Bonnie, the girl that I is on my YouTube appreciation. I'll put her link back in the room. This is Bonny and Clive. We tease each other because we talk through Skype, or we used to talk through Google Hangouts, like on the phone. Bonnie is awesome. She's like my sister from another mother. I swear she is. She's an Australian and she is so fun. And we were talking and she says, how do you know when you're YouTube famous? This was something we were talking about one time and it was so funny. She said, I went into a store and some girl recognized my voice. And I said, I'm not YouTube famous yet. She says, you had a eyeshadow named after you. I said, that's Instagram famous. Like we joke about this stuff all the time. I said, I'll never be famous. I don't care to be famous. But I thought that was so funny when she said that. I never even thought about that. I said, but that's Instagram. That's not YouTube. She's so corny. But she's a blast to talk to. She's so funny. And she lectures, buddy. She'll tell you. She'll say, a true junk journal is none of that crap that you buy in the store. She said, you can't buy papers and call it a junk journal. She says, a true junk journal is stuff you're about to throw away. You turn it into art. Oh my goodness. You guys would crack up if you got to know her. She is such a riot. I mean, she has a point. I feel like the junk journal community got invaded by scrapbookers. You know what I mean? Oh my goodness, I think it's funny. She cracks me up. But yeah, I think it would be kind of cool to even do kind of a memory of how far we've even come on here, because I would have never dreamed this possible. I thought one time it would be cool to write my own book, but I don't know. I just don't have the patience for it. Because when you write, you got to really, articulate your words. You got to live in your thesaurus. You got to make sure things are done and then stuff is edited. And I don't know. To me, I think it's a headache. But the girl that had the makeup company, I don't know how I ended up in makeup. She started a company called the Color Apothecary, but she ended up closing it because family took over. She tried to relaunch it a couple times, and we got to know each other through Instagram, and she's on my Facebook. And see, here it is. She's supposed to send the sample to me because I wanted to do a review on it, but I still haven't gotten it. But she named one after her daughter. She had a baby, and family takes over. Sometimes it's really hard to be a mom and do a business. And here was the eyeshadow she made for me. And yes, I kept a clipping because I plan on copying this off and sticking it in a book of my life someday. But this is the swatch of Tammy. And she says, a natural glitter mix of lavender, silver, and blues. I told her it had to have blues in it because it's my favorite color. It's named after one of my biggest supporters and now great friend, Tammy Minda, which is my last name that used to be my YouTube channel name. And I changed it to Tammy's Passions because I really didn't want my first and last name branded. It says, Tammy has been a big part of why we decided to relaunch. We love you. Is that like not the coolest? And I told her, I said, I want that shadow. I want to do a review. So she's supposed to send it to me at some point. So that will go down. Isn't that pretty? And my highest viewed video is a makeup video. I got over 1,000 views on one of my videos, and it's like, your people are crazy. I'm not even a makeup person. Seriously, you can meet some incredible people in that area, but I'm really not a makeup person. I want that eyeshadow too, Patty. But it was fun. Like, I met a really lot of cool people, and a lot of my supporters through Instagram, that's who they are. They're makeup people that I met. My Instagram grew fast. And I met some really incredible people, and I also joined the Influencer app, and I met people through there too. And they are really fun ladies. Like, we used to sit and talk in like group chats on Instagram and stuff. It was a lot of fun. And then they pulled me into a campaign. And I don't know if I have that on my Instagram or not, but one of the girls, she wanted to pull me into a Kat Von D campaign. We all did a look, and she wanted people from different nationalities and different skin tones. I don't know if I still have that on my Instagram or not. But, the challenge was we had to all of us ladies got in it together, and she did a flip through, like, on, what's that program? Oh, what's that program you can make multiple pictures? I can't think. She had us pick one product, and the challenge was, here it is. You had to pick one product only. This was the challenge. Living Life Beautifully. She's so beautiful. She's on Instagram, and I met her. She was one of the makeup artists, and it was a Kat Von D challenge, and it said one product only. You had to use it as an eyeshadow. You had to use it as a lipstick. You had to use it on your cheeks. And this was the challenge. And there was 15 participants. It was a challenge collab. And she pulled me into it. And there was a flip, but I can't find it. That was a different challenge I was in. I was in a couple makeup challenges. But she had a flip on her channel where you saw all of us. And I didn't hesitate. She told me, she says, I was the first one to get mine done. And she was like, what the heck did you do? She says, how did you know? And I said, I don't know, but I picked a brown lipstick. I said, and I took and I used it on my lips, and the brown was pretty on my eyes because I'm an earth tone person. And then I took the lipstick and I rubbed a little bit on my finger and put it on my cheek, almost like a contour look. She said, you pulled that off so fast for somebody that's never been into makeup. Look at some of these pictures. This was another challenge I was in. This was day 4. We had to take and make a look with one of our products, and this day I used an eyeliner. Good, I did. I did it on my nose. I did it on my eyes. These are fun though. They were comical. But we pulled it off. But I do miss the funness of the stuff that we did as far as makeup looks. But my husband teases me because, like, I'm a natural ponytail, blue jean, tennis shoe type of person. I was a tomboy. So when I got into the makeup community, I showed this the one time when I was on here. This is so funny because you would never see this in me now. This was just done not too long ago. Well, it's been a little while now, but not like too long ago. I literally had my hair cut. I went to the beauty salon. I had different colors ran through my hair and did my makeup. And this is my whole complete look with makeup. I don't look like the same person. When my hair's dyed and I have makeup on, I don't look the same as I do regularly. So when I went to a wedding, my nephew, he was like, Aunt Tammy, you look awesome. I said, but if I did this every day, you would never pay attention. You know, if you look like this all the time, like made up, you would not look, people wouldn't notice. But when it's kind of like taking that girl on a movie and you're giving her a makeover, people notice. Thank you. But they don't when you're fixed up every day. So I don't. I let my hair go out gray. Like right now, my hair is going gray. I don't look like the same person at all. But it was Arlene goes, was that picture taken like years ago? I said, no, this was just a few years ago, but it isn't that much of a change. I said, if I would go to the beauty parlor, get the same haircut, same hair dye, use the makeup, I would look like the same person. I haven't changed. But I don't want to look like this every day. And makeup's expensive. Like, I was doing a comparison between Sephora. My whole thing in the makeup journey was I wanted to compare it was a review. I wanted to compare high makeup with low makeup because I never did makeup. I was always too busy struggling with the bills and my kids. You know what I mean? I was a teen pregnant mom who quit school, went to school later, got my GED, ended up on the dean's list in college. Like I did everything but backwards. So it's like doing makeup was not one of my things. So when I came into Instagram, I got to thinking, reviews are fun. So I want to see the difference because I never had the money. Like I never shopped. We have what you would consider drugstore. I live in a small town. We don't have a Sephora here. Like I have to travel to get to a Sephora. So my husband literally said, because we earned our way to get where we're at. We worked our butts off. We never had money handed to us. We started out, both of us, 3 something an hour on minimum wage when we got married. Like we started out poor. Like I know how to make poor man's meals and everything. So when he climbed in his job and then I climbed, like we got where we're at, he handed me a thank you, Hot Threads. He handed me a charge card and said, have at it. So I did. I bought tons of makeup. I did reviews on drugstore comparison to the expensive makeup that I was never able to afford. And you know what? It was fun because not all the high-end makeup is what it's cracked up to be. And not all the drugstore is bad makeup. Like, and I still remember all the reviews I've ever done. And I would say my favorite high-end eyeshadow was Too Faced. My favorite high-end metallics was Urban Decay. Couldn't remember the name of that the last time I talked about it, but it's Urban Decay has great metallics. And my favorite drugstore considered brand that I think can pretty much be competition for some of the high-end is the Wet n Wild. And what's the other one? There was one more. Milani. They have some really nice eyeshadows. So doing the comparisons was really cool because, then you had some high end that was absolutely horrible. I had, I think it was Marc Jacobs nail polish. It was awful. I could not get that stuff off my fingers. I literally took fingernail polish and it would not come off. I looked like I had blue Smurfs nails forever till it wore off. Like that was horrid for a high name. So it was really interesting to see the differences. I had a lot of fun doing that, but then it came to an end. Like there's only so many makeup looks you can do. There's only so many colors in makeup. It's not something I could continue. I can't. But I love it that there are some bigger YouTubers who can keep coming up with new stuff. Like they keep doing it. Oh, Ipsy. I had Ipsy. I had BoxyCharm. And that was another problem, Patty Case, that people were coming up against was like this one woman's like, there was a really nice vitamin C skincare that came in BoxyCharm. Okay, now think about this for a second. The regular price on this stuff was $65 for this one. Okay, so yeah, you get to try it through BoxyCharm, but then what if you love it and you can't afford it? That's why some people quit buying BoxyCharm. Like they left because they felt like, well, it's great to try. Now, see, that doesn't bother me. I can try products and review them, and I don't care if I ever use them again because I'm not a makeup person. But I totally got this one girl's point. Yeah, like, she was like, well, what if I got it and liked it and then I can't afford it? Well, then what's the point? So she ended up dropping it because she was like, it was just, to her, it was heartbreaking, which I guess it would be if you love makeup. And, then some people would come at me and say, well, you don't need makeup. You can have natural beauty. I said, it's not about that. There's people who are self-conscious Like Danielle Ray, she suffered with rosacea and some, some skin discoloration issues. I love her channel. And it gave her a confidence. It wasn't the makeup. It was she could put foundation on to make her whole face look even. Where her rosacea didn't show, she looks like a complete different person. Like if she would walk down the street with no makeup on, people would never know her. But on YouTube, she is like that makeup. I'm not saying she's not beautiful, but that makeup really makes her look like a different person because it levels out her skin. It gave her confidence. It has nothing to do with, oh, I feel like I have to wear makeup to be beautiful. It just made her feel confident. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's just like, it's no different than going out and finding a dress that makes you confident or a pair of shoes that makes you feel confident. And like I tell people, it isn't about beauty. It was these people felt, you get teased in school for stupid things. People might tease you because you have freckles. People might tease you because of something. And you can cover that with foundation too. You know what I mean? I had freckles. I was always fighting my freckles. But it made her feel good. So why wouldn't you do it? So different than at the end of the day, or, if you want to cut out your sweets and you're on a diet and then one weekend you're like, yes, I'm going to have a brownie and a pop and splurge because it makes you feel good because it tastes good. It's no different than that. I never felt like I had to wear makeup to feel beautiful. I mean, if somebody doesn't like me for what I look like in the morning, well, shame on them. They get out, because I'm the same way, but I see it in her, how much different she looks. She did a video where she took off all of her makeup and then she put her makeup on. It was like a total transformation. And I don't look the same with makeup and without. I look nothing like myself. But it was fun. It's like playing dress up to me. But my biggest thing is skincare. I tell people all the time, it doesn't matter what you do, take care of your skin first. And one thing that I wish they did have back in the day that they do have now is primer. People used to ask me, does primer really make a difference? Yes, it does. It makes a big difference because I could not wear anything like Maybelline or CoverGirl. That stuff would break me out in pimples like there's no tomorrow because I have very sensitive skin and it sinks into your skin. It goes into your pores. It's just like when you're painting on a piece of paper and you use a primer to make your paper smooth before you put acrylic paint down. It's the same thing as your face. Your face is like a canvas. Do you want that stuff sunk into your pores, or would you rather put a primer on and make it even? And primer made a big difference. Like I can wear anything. I put a primer on my face. I can put Maybelline on. I can put CoverGirl and I don't break out. And I still can get pimples, even at my age. But the primer makes a difference. And what's funny is I even use a cheap primer. It only costs a few bucks. I get the e.l.f. blemish control and it's wonderful. That works for me. I tried different ones from high end to low end and I put that e.l.f. primer on, and then Lancome happened to be my favorite out of all the foundations I tried. Lancome was my favorite, and they did do a skin. That was from a Lancome represented out of a Macy's. When I went to Sephora, because I bought so much makeup, I got a free facial. They did that skin thing where they ran that thing over your face to tell you what, foundations you use. And I thought it was funny because the Lancome lady was right. The Lancome color she picked for me came up at Sephora too. And one thing was nice is once you did all that, if you had the Sephora app, they saved it all. So that if you would go shopping or have a facial, you would know exactly what you wanted to use and try. And it was really cool. Yes. e.l.f., it's in a green container, and it says blemish control primer, and that stuff is amazing. And then if you have like big pores, like I have a T-zone, I'm like oily on my forehead, down my nose, but then I'm dry around the sides of my nose. My pores on my nose were a little bigger, and they have a thing in Walmart. It's called baby skin, and it's in a tube, and you put that on your pores after you put your primer on or before or something, and you put well, baby skin didn't work for me because I have oily skin. So it made my skin slick. So the baby skin does have an oil texture to it. I had to go with the It Cosmetics, and it's more expensive, but it doesn't have that oil feel. So the It is what I used. It's called It Pores. That's what I had to end up using. I mean, but I learned, you know what I mean? Like through the whole, the It Pore Minimizer is what it's called. It's called Bye Bye Pores. And sometimes you can get this in a sample thing at Sephora. But just goes to show, okay, for example, so you understand what I'm talking about. You get, this is a pore refining toner, but this isn't the one I'm talking about. That's a Sephora. Okay, here it is right here. It's called the Benefit. Okay, if you go here to Ulta, you see the Professional is what it's called. And it's in this tube. And you only get like, it's $13. I forget how big the tube is. It's not saying how much is in it, but it'll last you because you only use a little dab. I don't know why they don't have the exact amount. But anyways, this is what worked for me. $13. And then if you go and you look up the baby skin, pore eraser, big difference in price. Like this is only like what, $9? It's cheaper. I don't know what they charge for it at Walmart. That's what I was looking for. Ulta, they have it $6.99, so it's different prices. But I thought, I know darn at Walmart, it's $5.46. Okay, that's what I mean by it being cheaper. You either pay $13 for, you can get a 2-pack for $8.98 at Walmart compared to one at $13 for it, but it's better to me because there's no oil in it. So that's how I learned on that. And it worked really well because my pores eventually shrunk and they're not as big as what they used to, but it's nice to use like under makeup. We'll get the Professional and try it. But I had spent so much in makeup. Like I was getting free facials. I was getting birthday presents. I was because I was doing all the reviews. But then, but then after you do a review, the sad part is, then what? Like you keep going and going and you never hit pan because you're always trying something new. And I had so many mascaras between BoxyCharm and Ipsy. And I didn't want to open them because I already had like 3 open. And you know how long mascara lasts? Like it could take you a year to use a tube. So I didn't know what to do with everything. So I started having giveaways. I started doing massive. I had so much makeup, patty cakes at one time that I even joined this app that was sending me free stuff. It was out of the country, like Korean skincare. It wasn't like Ulta or nothing, but it was other stuff to try. I had so much makeup, I didn't know what to do with everything. And my husband, I literally had to install 2 cabinets in my computer room just to hold the makeup. That's how bad it got. And I told him, I said, what's weird is when you go to the ones that get the free PR, look at a video like Toddy did on her destashing of makeup. Or this other girl did this other when she got on PR. It is so bad that, like, if you look at the back of a bottle of makeup, it'll tell you at the bottom, once this is open, you'll see like a little makeup thing down by the label. It'll say you got 24 months to use this. That's the expiration date. There's no way you could use all that makeup. And it's like they had drawers and drawers full of lipsticks. And it's like, it is so wasteful. And I'm like, I can't do this anymore. That's just way too much makeup. It's awful. I about died when I seen her have a dresser full, like 3 drawers up, standing up lipsticks, laying down. I was like, oh my gosh, there's just no way. The only thing that I thought would have been cute to have in PR was when Too Faced passed out the cute little refrigerator that looked pink and it had makeup in it. I thought that was stinking cute. It was like the old-fashioned looking refrigerator and it was filled with makeup. It was the cutest thing. And a lot of people that got that as free PR, they used that as like a knickknack. I thought that was adorable. But yeah, they get a lot of stuff. They really do. It blows my mind. But I ended up having to buy 2 stands that I have upstairs in my computer room, and I'm sure there's makeup up there expired I need to get rid of. Because I was the type that, I don't know, even in my teenage years, like I would have like a palette sitting there for 3 years not finishing it. So I've got like so much makeup upstairs, it's ridiculous. I could do a look every single day for YouTube for the rest of my life on the makeup I have, as long as it didn't expire. Because I have like some from Storybook Cosmetics. Like I was trying all these different brands, and when you do a review, you only do it like once or twice. You can only get like 2 or 3 looks out of one palette, and then you're moving to the next one. So it was so fast to go through all this stuff, you know? It's crazy. But I couldn't do it anymore. I said, I got to get out of the community. Now my husband teases me. He says, well, now you're spending all your money in crafting. I said, but at least in my crafting, I could do something different all the time. Makeup is a whole different story. Yeah, I did too, because some of them, what they do, some of the ladies, is they get like a tan in the summer. So they use 2 different colors. They would have like a winter cover color and they have a summer cover, you know, because their skin tone changes. Hold on a second. Alrighty. I thought I heard my dog up running around upstairs. She's probably going to have to go potty soon, and she's probably up there getting ready to do the potty dance. So, because I take her out usually around every 4 to 6 hours, depending. I took her out before I started the video, but I want to go check on her. She's finicky. She got to have her potty time. Usually I hear her tap, 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 tap across my floor upstairs. But this was fun. Tonight was fun. Yes, I will. I'm going to go take care of her. So thanks to everybody that showed up, and go back to my live streams. I always forget because I try to see who shows up so I can go visit their channels too. And I enjoy watching your challenges. You actually gave me an idea. You'll see, because I'll say it when I go through it, but you gave me an idea when you were doing one of your challenges on something that I wanted to include in a journal that I'm in the process of working on. So it's going to be so exciting because when I go to do the flip through, I'm going to say, I got this idea off of patty cakes. Because it was something you did that made me think of it. And I thought, oh my goodness, that is so stinking cute. But I don't know if it'll work out, but we'll see. Because I'm really putting my all in this one journal I've been working in. And let me tell you, it's been a challenge. It's my first hidden spine. And it's huge. Like the spine is like 5 inches wide. It's going to be a biggie. And it's going to have all of my favorite things in it. I really want to really put myself out there for this journal because I'm incorporated my digital into my physical world. And trust me, it's been a lot. And I'm not selling it because some of the pictures in it are going to be copyrighted. So it's going to be something I'm going to use as a display in my bookstore, like, well, my craft store, I should say, because I want to use it as a decoration. But it has got so much in it that I have bought off of other sellers and different things, but it's all me. Like everything I can imagine is going to be put into this. It's going to have my heart and soul into it. And I can't wait to be able to do a flip through. And I don't even know how the flip through is going to work. My husband's like, the spine's too wide. And I'm like, but I wanted a wide spine. So I don't know how this is going to turn out to flip through it. It's in the bottom of my house. I have a separate entrance because I guess the people who lived here a while ago, before we ever bought this house, there was a guy. It's almost like the rec room in the basement is one huge studio apartment. Like I have a refrigerator down here, a stove down here. It could be an apartment. And it's got a washer and dryer hookup and all that. And I guess before we lived here, there was a guy that designed cabinets. Like he homemade, yes, he homemade, where you carve into furniture, that type of cabinetry, like dressers and things like that. So I guess he made it. So what people tell me in the neighborhood. So, and it was funny because I put my bookstore in the same place. It's almost like this part of our house was meant to be a business. It's got like its own parking, and I could put a sign in the window that says open or closed. It's got its own entrance. It's nice. I like it. So I turned this into my used bookstore. But what I'm doing right now is, because when COVID hit, it really hurt. I was just starting to get like some clients, but it's not enough to make a living off of, because I just don't think people read anymore like they used to with all social media and stuff. So I don't have the overcost of Minda's Bookstore and more. I'm on Facebook. It's under my book videos. You'll see the name of my Facebook page. But like, it's just too hard to make a living, and I don't have the cost of leasing or renting because we own the house. It's our house. So what I decided to do, because what was happening is I was getting more books than I was getting rid of. And we had a back garage for storage, and then it started leaking. So I had to pull everything in. Well, now my store is a clutter mess. I mean, it's a mess because all the storage area is gone because he fixed the roof. The shingles blew back off of it because we had a bad windstorm. It was just an easy fix. He didn't do like a thorough. So we decided, we had hail damage. We had a bad hailstorm, and it hurt the roof. So we had the roof redone. Well, we decided this spring, we're taking the garage back that I used as my storage. We're going to take the whole roof off and turn it into a cement patio because we don't really have a porch on our house. So we wanted an area to barbecue. So I couldn't put my books back in it anyways, because we don't know what's going to happen with the cement dripping, and we don't know what all that entails. So we just left it empty. But in the meantime, we're talking 7 skids, 7 boxes piled on top of each other's books. That's how many books I had in there. It's all now in the doorway where you come into my store. Like I literally have a path in my store. I sent 3 people pictures of what I'm dealing with. They're like, "Oh my God." I took Amy through a tour. She was like, "Look at that clutter." Because right now that's what it looks like because I have it all piled in a section that's not storage. It's a mess. So what I'm doing is I've decided because I don't want to look like a hoarder. The whole point of my bookstore was to save as many books as I can. So all the videos you see that I do, that's the stuff I'm getting rid of it. Like even I give it the whole month of romance books. At the end of the month, people got the whole month if they want them. If not, they get packed in my car and they get donated. They're out the door. That's how I'm doing it because my purpose was to try to save what I could, and what I can't, it's going to go bye-byes. And the thrift store told me they would give them a second chance. I mean, I would rather it help somebody if it can, but they recycle if they don't sell, which I told them I would rather it be recycled than thrown in the dump. And me and my husband had even talked about it, and he was like, "Well, you do all this work cleaning them and everything. Why don't we recycle them? Because you can get paid to recycle." And I said, "But Mike, I can't. If a book is falling apart, I don't have a problem if nobody buys it recycling. Don't get me wrong. I can't on some of these books. They look brand new. Like they've only been read once. I can't do that. I will not recycle a book like that. I can't. I could make money off of these that way, but I refuse." So I told him, I said, because that's mean. It's like saying, well, if you don't buy it from me, I'm not giving him a chance. You know what I mean? I feel like that's cruel. So I don't want to be that way. So they just get donated to thrift stores. I let them do it. I just can't do it. Can't. Because some of these books I have coming through here, they're like brand new. I mean, they're hardback books with brand new, nice pages, and I can't. So what I do is right before I get rid of them, I had a lot of romance. Oh my gosh, I was bombarded with romance books. But what I do is I have a tote up there. And if I feel that I can turn them into journals, those books go into that one tote. Like I limit how many I'm going to keep. Then I have a few boxes that I put into our community yard sale books I think that the local readers would be into just by watching them when they come to the community yard sales. I'll keep some for that. But the rest of them's got to go because I just don't have the space. So that's what I've been doing. And you guys are kind of helping me. You all on YouTube are helping me unhoard my books, literally, because I do 10 each video because 10 pictures is what I can only post in the Facebook market. Because when I'm done with YouTube, you all get first chance because my store's closed. The only way I'm doing this is through the media right now. Then they'll go to the market on Facebook, and if they don't sell there, then they go out the door. So I physically am giving these books a last chance, like a real last chance. And I'm doing softbacks that are normal size, $1 a piece, because I can't, some of these books you might find thrifting 50 cents a quarter, but I can't do that. I wouldn't make any money. I post them in my Etsy because Etsy takes out 20 cents to post right off the bat. So I'm not literally making that dollar. They take out 20 cents and plus whatever profit you make off of what you sell. So I'm only making change. The longer, they have these newer books that are taller than the regular size books, like DEF CON and all the military types. I sell those for $2. And then my hardbacks will basically go for $3. And that's as far as I can do. I can't go any lower than that. And I really don't want to go any higher than that because I want them to have a chance. Magazines, it depends on what shape they're in. I do them for like 1 or 2. Somebody even told me the other day they went to pick up a magazine and they wanted to charge them $38. And they're like, keep it. Magazines have gotten expensive. Me too. I used to read like 269 books a year. I used to love to read because we didn't have social media and all this other stuff to keep us busy. So I know how that feels. But that's how I've been doing it. And like, I've even had, like, Liz will even tell you she got a heck of a deal on a huge box of books for me because she wanted to do a nursing type book for her daughter. Well, these are college books that were like hundreds of dollars. And I sold them to her for like $2, $2.50, whatever, I'll look at the book, but I try not to go too high with them. I think the two most expensive books since I've opened my store that's left it, I'm not talking vintage, just regular books. I had a beautiful table book of the Beatles, and I'm sure on eBay it could have went for a lot of money. I sold it for $25 just to get rid of it, but it was gorgeous. There was no way I was going to let go of that for cheap. Then for too cheap. And the second book was a $20 book that was like, I'm talking like huge, on everything that can happen to a woman. My husband was teasing me. A man's would be like 2 inches, but you women, this book was so fat. Like if you dropped it on your foot, you could probably break your toe. That's how huge this book was. And some girl come and got it. And I think it was like, I can't remember if it was $10 or $20, but that's like the most expensive books I ever sold. Now, since selling live on YouTube, I've sold books higher because of the vintage values. Like, I think I sold a couple vintage books, still like $10. And I think the most I ever sold was one of those albums from the 1800s. I had 2 of them, not in my last sale, but the sale before. I paid $50 for them from our mall, our antique mall. I sold one for $55, and it was filled with cabinet cards too. And I sold the second one for $70 because where I live, it's a cheaper state. So I don't know if the pickers don't realize what these are worth or not, because when I've talked to Katie and different people in different states that have like a higher level, because West Virginia, I'm in a poor state. She said they can't get them for under 100 in an antique mall, where I can get them for 50. So to me, it isn't about the money. It's like, if a person pays $5 over, I'm happy with that. You know what I mean? Like, I want people to enjoy the vintage without having to pay hundreds of dollars. So whatever I pay for it is what I'm going to start the price at. I would like it to go a little higher. Like the $5 to me was the gasoline to go get it. You know what I'm saying? So the 55 I was happy with. I broke even, plus I had some gas money. And then another person paid $70 for a 50. So that was a $20 profit. I'll take that, because that's gasoline again, plus then some. So I'm okay with it. Like, it is what it is. Yes. Yes. The one in Steubenville. That's where I got it. How did you know? Yep, that's where I found them. Now, I went there a second time and they had 2 more, but I didn't like them. Like, if I don't feel that I would pay that money for them, I'm not going to buy them. The second time I went, they just weren't that pretty. Like, they didn't have like any design on the pages. They had a few cabinet cards. Both of the clasps were busted completely off, and they wanted too much. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to pay $50, $40 for something that's junk. And I didn't care for them, because sometimes, even if the cover's nice, they say that if the pages have like art on them or something, that people might still be interested. But I tell you what, I wouldn't buy them. Oh yeah. I found them there. Yep. That's where I went. This is somebody who just started selling there, because I've been going there for, gosh, a while. They used to be a Denmark store when we were kids that sold blue jeans. And they turned it into the antique mall, and they have no air conditioning in there. Oh, it's like awful in the summer. And no carts. I bought my own cart that I can unfold and take it in myself. She told me it was okay. And we shop there all the time. Like, me and my husband go look around. Now, some of the prices are really outrageous. They want $1 a piece for every single, like $1, $2, or $3 a piece for every postcard. I have another vendor that I got to know through another place that will sell me the postcards cheaper, so I can at least give people cheaper and still make a little bit of a profit. I mean, it's not a lot of profit, but like I said, I'm not a capitalist. I'm a frugal shopper, so I want people to have stuff thrifty too. Because sometimes people might think I pay more than what I should, because, like, sometimes I'll start a book out at $10 because that's what I paid for it, but I can't help it because it's already been picked. When you're shopping at an antique mall, you're not the picker. Somebody else picks. So you don't have a lot of leeway. Yep. And I noticed, like, if you look around at different booths there, some people don't know the value of some of the stuff and some people do. Like, I will go into one booth there that's got cabinet cards. They're selling them for like $10 a piece, where we can get them on lives here cheaper. Like, some people sell them for $5, $3. So that's way too high for me. But I've been paying attention to what people sell in the live sales on here to know how to price when I'm out looking. And then I did go to an antique mall. It was, we started going more towards Pittsburgh. We found this one going towards Coriopolis that was awesome, because this guy had a photo album sitting there and I didn't know what it was. I kept seeing these dark pictures. I'm like, what the heck is that? So the guy told me, he says, well, if you want this album, I'll charge you just $1 a piece. Well, I came home and I hurried up and texted Patty through Messenger, and I go, what are these things that almost look like tin? But they're like, I thought they were like a negative to a picture. And she came out and says, Tammy, those are tiny tins. I had no clue what tiny tins were. She says something about, so I Googled and I learned if you take a magnet. So I pulled a magnet off my refrigerator and I took it with me. I had a magnet. It was like a souvenir from this train station we visited. So I took it back with me, and when I went to stick it, they stuck to it. So there was an album of tiny tins and cabinet cards. I haven't even showed these yet. Like, I'm still petting these. No. And he had no clue what he was doing. Because she says, get your butt back up there, because if he's only charging you $1 a piece, you better get them. So I did. I went back and bought them all. Well, then when we were up there buying it, my husband and I were dying, because he come out and said he's more of a, this person who owns this antique shop, this particular one, he's more into the toys. Like, I've noticed different antique people are into different things. Not all of them are about paper or books. His particular is, he goes after the vintage toys. He's more of lunch boxes, toys, like the old things that, kids played with and stuff like that, and some furniture. He was definitely not big on paper and photo albums. So he hands me this basket and he says, would you happen to be interested in any of these, since you're into pictures? Because I told him, that I'm into junk journal. He goes, what's that? And I said, you'll have to go to YouTube and Google it. So he hands me a basket filled, I kid you not, letters from the 1800s. And I looked at him and I go, how much do you want for these apiece? And he says, well, how much you think they're worth? I said, I don't know. Give me a price. He says, how about $1 a piece? I was like, what the hell? Hey, Christine, they had stamps and letters. And one was from a military guy that I read on here. And I about cried reading this letter. And I feel so bad because as I was reading the letter, there was one sentence in it, Patty, I didn't know what it was. I said, this guy was saying something about under the stars and he had a faggot. I go, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Because I know back then that didn't mean obscenity like a gay person, but I had no clue how he was using it. And somebody came back and told me that was used as firewood. The word faggot meant wood. And it made sense because if he was under the stars, he must have been building a fire. I never knew that that was a word for firewood. But I felt like an idiot reading it on YouTube because I was like, oh my God, I hope to God somebody doesn't take this as like a racist thing or that I'm bashing them, because I had no clue how that word was being used. Because there's so many uses for words, it's crazy. But that's what that meant, was it was firewood. So I learned something new. But it was amazing. The letter just makes me want to cry because it's a guy away from home, and he wrote about how he felt being in the military and away from his family. It's like so sad. And I do need to turn that into a digital because I think that would be awesome to be in a lot of people's journals. I just haven't done it yet. But I went through this and my husband's like, Tammy, can we go? Tammy, I was like, Mike, shh. That's what I tell him. Shh, you be quiet. I said, I don't want to take them all because there was a bunch of envelopes that were empty and some didn't even have stamps on them. It looked like somebody had picked through and cut some of the stamps off. I said, I'm going to go through this very carefully and I'm only picking what I want. And it took me about 45 minutes. But I got a great set of letters. And I love them. And I'm petting them. I can't let them go. So they're going to be stuck with me for a little while till I decide what to do with them. I got lots of mails. I'm still petting. And I have some tiny tins and I have some really cool stuff. I just have not brought them out because I don't want to share them yet. I did show my album I bought the other night. Maddie was like, I want them all. And I go, well, I do want to turn them into digitals, but I just don't know how yet. Because I don't want to hoard everything. Like, I do want to share them. But at the same time, I'm kind of scared because I was going to put them in my Etsy, but then I seen where there's some people in China buying up other people's, even their work. Like, you know, if they're making gel plate pictures and stuff, there's people in China, they're stealing, they're buying the actual digitals, Patty, and they're running them and selling them. And who can go to China and sue them? I don't have that kind of money. So I'm kind of afraid to put the things I have digitally on there because I own the originals and I don't want them to get a hold of them. It's awful. So I thought what I could do, because I want to share it in our communities, you know what I mean? Like where we're at. So what I thought about doing is running them off myself. And I am in the Insta Ink program, so I can get away with maybe doing like a couple bucks a page. I don't want this to turn into what I've seen some people do, where they charge like $10 a page. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. If they're sending them to a professional store like Office Max, it's going to cost, because Office Max has like, you know, their paper is expensive and it is expensive to print it there. I want to do it on my own card stock with my own printer. That way you don't have that overcost. I would like to do them like a couple bucks a page because there's no way I could do it cheaper than that because of the value of what's going to be on the pages and the ink. Like I got to make sure that I'm not going to run out of ink because I have a lot. The only thing I couldn't figure out is I've seen some people do digital where they'll put like a postcard face up and then right beside it, you'll see the back so that when you cut it, you bend them together and you glue it as one card, but I don't know how to do that. So the only way I can think to do it on on my computer is I don't want to scan it in my computer and then have to resize it on the way back out. I don't want nothing to cause, how do I put it? I don't know enough about sizing. This is why I don't want to scan it in because I don't want it to somehow get ruined through my computer somehow and get pixeled. What I want to do is copy the originals. Yes, but I don't want to do it that way because it's about the sizes. I think it has something to do with the sizes in my printer. Because when I run them off, they're not coming out the right size. Me and my daughters had this talk. She's like, Mom, I don't know what's chopping up these pictures, but they're not coming out the size. So I just want to take the originals because I have sold a set of these to a few people a long time ago. I ran them just straight through as a copy. I laid them right in my machine and ran copy because to me, you're going to get the best look that way. So what I think I'm going to do is run them through face down and do copies and then flip them over and do copies again. And then people can just cut them out and glue them together. I think that's just the best way to do it because that's the only way you're going to get the original look. I don't want to scan them into my computer. And the art program I use is Paint Shop Pro. It does not go by inches. It goes by pixels and it's awful because I can't see inches in the program. I could run off something in so many pixels and then print it like as a full page or whatever, but I can't get an inch size because if I do, it'll pixel it. Like it's so complicated to explain, but it really chops the pictures. And I want people to have good production. So that's what I think I'm going to do. And it's just going to take some time because I do have great card stock and I'll just run everything off on white. But I have Adobe too, but it still does the same thing. It's still not giving me the right sizes. You have to look because your printer, when you scan something in the computer, your printer has to be set to. It can't just be about Adobe and Word. It has to be what sizes are on the default. That's what I'm talking about because they're not scanning in the way I want them to. So I'm just going to print. I'm just going to copy. It'll just be easier. And even Lorna will tell you there's a lot more to doing digitals than just scanning them into your computer. Her husband's something to do with graphic design, and that's what you need. You need a person who's like a graphic designer to do this, and I can't because I don't have the equipment. And I have like a beautiful album that I showed. I don't have it down here. It's put away that I bought off of an auction. And he was an artist. And these are postcards like I've never seen before. Out of all the vintage postcards I've ever seen anybody sell on here, I've never seen anything like these. His name was Knopft or something. Yeah, I don't use Photoshop though. I like Paint Shop. Paint Shop Pro's my area. But she had or I looked him up and he was an artist that designed postcards a long time ago. And these are just beautiful. They're just totally beautiful. And I remember it was an estate sale on an online place I go to, and they had 3 albums in the same, they look exactly the same, and I know they had to come from the same estate. I tried so hard to get the Christmas, the birthday, and then there was another one that had German horses, but it was so out of my league because people were fighting over these. I could only get away with one of them because they just got too pricey and I couldn't afford them. Like one went to the Christmas, like flew to 110. I already had money bid on the birthday one. I ended up with the birthday one, and the German horses were gone. I just couldn't do all 3 at the same time. If they would have had like different paydays for each one, I'd have been okay, but I couldn't get them. Yes, and they're gorgeous. And I pretty much, I sold them in paper packs one time, just the first set. And I think I did like, because I had a bunch of papers in a folder, I did them for like $10 a piece. I already made the money back for the album for as many as I sold, because I had some people emailing me. So it's, the album itself is already paid for. So everything I make off of it now is just a profit. That's why I said I'm not going to do it in a $10 paper pack this time. I'll just do them as like, because I had a bunch of ephemera with it, and I don't have that ephemera anymore to do a $10 paper pack. So I'm just going to do maybe like a couple bucks a sheet. I can't think of how else to do this, because you're not going to find these on Google. They're not there. The only way you're going to get these copies is from me, because I don't know anybody else that owns them. If there is, I have no clue where they're at. I was hoping the Christmas ones would show up somewhere, but they haven't yet. Because the Christmas set, I can only imagine what they look like when you see the birthday ones. Oh my. But they're beautiful. I would love to see them turned into journaling cards, and I wanted to put them in my Etsy as digitals, but I really have a hard time. Like, if I would have done them as digitals, they would have been cheaper because of probably $1 a page or something, because I think some people do, like, they put like $3 and something or something, but they have so many. Like some digital people, they smush everything smaller. I want these to be the original sizes. Like, they'll hurry up and smush a bunch of different things that, like, because Lorna does that. She puts like a lot on one page. I'm not doing them that small. They're going to be regular size postcards. And I've seen people do, like, I don't know, you do digital downloads, and they can do it cheaper because they're not using paper and ink. I forget how many I got off of. I think it was, excuse me, I have to look, because I've been buying some digitals here lately, and I forget how many pages they do for like so much money. But I want to print these. I don't want somebody in China getting a hold of these. No offense to China people, but I don't want them spreading this around, because they're mine. And I want us to have them at a decent price to have fun with them, but I just don't want them to get into the wrong hands. So, because even Etsy sellers will put, do not make copies of these and give them to your friends, or, I mean, you can make as many copies as you want once you purchase, but that's the whole thing. They don't want you giving them to everybody else, because then that hurts them getting the money for the digitals. That's why they have the disclaimers. And I want a disclaimer on this, that, each person that gets a set, I want them to pay for it, but you can run them off as many times as you want. Use them however you want, but I don't want these to be given out to other people, because that kind of defeats the purpose on making money off of them, I think that if you don't own the copyrights to them, like the originals or whatever, they shouldn't be spread around. Like I'm not selling the originals. If I decided to sell the album, I wouldn't care because I don't own the originals, you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't be able to put that disclaimer. But I think when people make something into digitals, they should keep the originals because then that gives them the rights to them because they own the originals. I might not technically own the copyright in paper, but owning the originals, I do own the copies of these ones. But if I sold them, the next person would own them. You know what I mean? That's where I think they can do that, where they can get away with it. But I will keep the originals because these cards were just, wow. I couldn't even believe they even showed up in the site that I was shopping on. I was blown away because this site doesn't always have, they have a lot of older books, but they don't ship media. It's an expensive site. Somebody made an app and they turned it into an estate sale. Everything but the house is what it's called. You can go in there and check it out. It's located in Missouri. It's online. It's called EBTH. You can Google it. You register and you go in. Some things are pickup only and some things you can have mailed. I will. She'll be all right. I haven't heard her. She'll let me know when she's got to go. But what I do is I put in, she's a medium-sized dog, so she can go for like 6 hours without going to the bathroom. I mean, that's what they say on the vet. But she will let me know. Yes. They will, if you type in, you want it shipped, you put your zip code in, and the zip code will say this is how much it's going to cost to ship, but they do not ship in media. When you purchase books, you pay a big price because they do ship in thick boxes. They're brand new. They have really good wrapping, but their shipping's expensive. Like, you might look at a set of books and it might already start out at $32 and you haven't even bid on it yet. So they can get pricey. But I've found some good deals on there. And if I find that, if I see that it's going too high, that I just let it go. And people will ninja your butt. They come in there the last 10 minutes. You literally got to sit there with it on your computer screen and watch the timer because they will come in there and ninja, try to take that stuff off of you. I've seen one ledger on there. It was really strange too because it was attached to a table. I don't know what that was all about. And then it had Valentine's on there one time I got a hold of. It had these postcards I got a hold of. My first books from the 1800s, that's where it came from. I fell in love with the cover of this one book and I was going to turn it into a journal until I got a hold of the book and I looked at it and found out it was a poetry book, started reading it, and I couldn't do it. So that's where my first books came from. But yep. But sometimes you can get deals on there and sometimes you don't. I've even seen a pink Cadillac sold off of that site. They have jewelry and cars, but they do get a lot of good books in there. Like, if you check it daily, they do get some good ones. But you got to really watch who's coming after it because there's some people on there that can throw money around. They'll give like 5 days. And like the third day, it's at 110 already. And it's like, oh my goodness. I got lucky because I started on the site when it was kind of fairly new. So I didn't have that much competition. But now that it's been on the web a while, it's harder to get stuff. I did find a really cool Etsy store today that I ordered some really, really nice stuff off of. And I can't wait. This one ledger was railroad and it was in that swirly writing and it looked like it kind of looked like blue paper. I'm not sure if it was blue or if it was just a tint of the picture because it kind of looked shadowed a little bit. It wasn't the best photographs, but we'll see when it comes in. It was like 6 pages for so much, and oh my gosh, the writing on these pages are gorgeous. So I got that because I am gonna be working on a railroad journal. A while back, I found a woman in the Facebook group page that sold ephemera. So I got a hold of a really nice box full of ephemera. She owns an antique store not far from me. So she knows stuff that I'm interested in, and we've kept in touch through Facebook. It's all about who you know. And she knows what I'm looking for. So if she comes across certain things she thinks I'd be interested in, she sends me pictures through Messenger. Yeah, they do. They do. They have some blue pages out there. They have all kinds. I have a um it's not real vintage, probably maybe from the 70s that I found it. I don't know what I did with it. I've moved so much stuff down here I can't find nothing. But I have a ledger that's never been written in, and it's got some pages missing out of the back. Like a few pages were ripped out. It's completely blue. Not the pages themselves, but like the cover and the edges of the pages are blue. And I have some cool stuff that I found. We don't have estates here that often, but the one I did find, I got a lot of stuff from. And so we'll see. He had a stack of paper. That's where that cardstock came from. He had a stack of cubby holes, like the plastic things that you stackables. I have it sitting right beside me. I got that from the estate sale too. Like I just went through and picked up a bunch and then just paid one price for everything. I have tanning salon things that I've sold because I think it was his uncle owned one of the tanning salons that's out of business. That building was actually torn down. I have their gift certificates, their tanning bed, cardboard thingies. Like I have sold them during my live sales. I might bring them out again this next sale because I still have some left that people can do that. Well, that's where I was born. Oh my God, Patty. That's hysterical. I was born in Wheeling and I've lived there my whole life. I was raised in Wellsburg. We just moved to Follinsby like 8 years ago. My husband was from Follinsby and I was from Wellsburg, and we met in high school. We met at Brook High. How did we not know each other? That's hysterical. When did you live there? I know. I lived there my whole life. That's hysterical. That is so funny. That's where we still own property there. We had a house there that we rented out and it burnt down. That's hysterical. That is so funny. How long did you live in Wellsburg? That is so funny. I mean, did you live there for a long time? Or were you here for just a period of time? Well, this is my second husband too. We've known each other since I was 15 and he was 16, but we went our separate ways. Like we knew each other in high school, but then we dated and broke up, and that's too funny. Because my first husband and I lived in Warwood. That's where he was from, and I moved where he was, and then I moved back home when we got divorced. That is just so funny. That is so funny. And me and my husband were married in 89. My husband now, and we've lived here. I don't know. I don't know the name. Sounds kind of familiar, but I'm not sure. That is so funny. What year would have he graduated? I went to Brook too. That is so funny. I don't know. My problem is I cannot remember people anymore. It's ridiculous. Um, I know a not from Warwood. I know a Denbo from Wellsburg. I didn't know anybody in Warwood. I only knew him. Um, hmm. Why does that name sound familiar? That last name you said sounds familiar, but I am it's just I don't know. And I could have possibly known him. Um, because I knew people from the 70s. I had an older brother and sister that I knew a lot of their same friends. No, I think the Denbo I know didn't have an E on the end of her name. See, that's what I'm wondering. The bands were Refugee, River City Rockers. I used to bartend, so I knew a lot of the bands too. Oh my god, this is so funny. That's why I'm thinking it's like, I bet you. Yes, I do. The Refugee is Arisich, and I know all them. My daughter worked in a place. Yep. That's what I was wondering, Patty. Oh my god, it's a small world. Oh my word. That is so funny. Yeah, when I bartended, they used to play in the bar I worked in. Refugee played at my sister's. Yes. They played at my sister's graduation party. Oh my word. Now I don't know him that well. I knew Sandra was with Vince as long as I knew. I knew Sandra very well. I have her senior picture and everything. And Peggy was Butch's sister. I used to hang out with her in the bar. I didn't know Chuck that well though. I knew Vince through Sandra, and I knew Butch through his sister, and then he ended up working with my oldest daughter. I didn't know Dave that well either. Joey, I know who he is. Joey actually runs a air conditioning place here. He's the owner of a business now. But if you're talking about Dave and River City Rockers, oh my word, Patty, that is so funny. We were my sister's husband. My sister's husband. Yes, Buck is who I mean. Why am I calling him Butch? Buck is Peggy's brother, and Butch was her husband. Yes, I knew them. Me and Peggy used to hang out together when she was alive. Dave, the lead singer of the River City Rockers, he embarrassed the shit out of me. We were at a college. My sister's husband used to do sound for them. And they were playing the song Talk Dirty to Me. This was so funny. There was like nobody on the dance floor, and we wanted to prep him up because, you know, my brother-in-law was there. So me and my sister and a couple of our friends were with us, and we were all on the dance floor. Well, I was turned around facing the band, and we were singing with them, and they left me stand on the floor by myself, and I didn't know they left me. And he came out and said, talk dirty to me. And he was like right in my face. My face was beat red. Oh my God. Bobby. She was married to a guy named Bobby who used to do sound for the Rockers. Oh my God. That's hysterical. Talk about a small world. I didn't know you were married to Chuck. I remember Chuck barely. Did he have like blonde hair? I know. I love it though. So you know all my haunts. But did you ever hear the bar, the Fountain? That's where I used to bartend. And oh my God, if you were in Wellsburg, you had to eat at DeCarlo's. That's like the best pizza place here. Yeah, it's like I remember him barely, but I didn't know him. Like I didn't even know Vince to talk to him. I knew Sandra. Me and Sandra used to sit on the bus together all the time. Do you know she died of cancer? She had brain cancer. Sandra died a while ago. We went to her funeral and stuff, but I didn't know him, but I knew her. And then my sister knows them more than I do because they played at her graduation party, Refugee. River City Rockers, I knew because Bobby doing sound for them. Like, Dave knew who I was because of my brother-in-law, but like the drummer, they had a drummer that ended up going back to Florida to take classes. And I don't really remember much of the rest of that band. Like, I knew Dave because of Bobby, but I didn't like, but Joey and I've talked before. Like, I've been, you know, he's seen me because he knew I bartended at one of the places, and we've talked before, but I mean, like, to run into him on the street, he probably wouldn't remember me because it's been years ago. My sister really knew them more than I did. Yeah, he was. Yep, she passed away. And it was really sad. We didn't know that she was sick because her and Vince used to work at Shop and Save. They were managers together. Those two did everything together. And my sister was getting her hair done. This was like years later, you know, like we all separated, Shop and Save closed down. I hadn't heard anything. And my sister told me at my mom's one time, she said, I wasn't getting my hair done, and Vince came in and she says, my God, he looked like death warmed over. She said he was so skinny and like he had lost a bunch of weight, and she thought he was sick. Well, come to find out, she had brain cancer. We didn't know this at the time. So then me and my husband was going out to eat. We had a family get together for something. We were at Undo's in Weirton, and she came in, Sandra did. And she's like, "Oh, Tammy," she goes, "Oh my goodness, how have you been?" And she had this thing wrapped around her head. And I told her, I said, "I heard that you were sick, Sandra." I said, "What's going on?" And she told me that she had brain cancer. And I don't know if she went through chemo. Like, I don't know all the details. She just said that she was glad that, she was like running into everything. Oh my goodness. That's so sad. I'm so sorry, Patty. That's awful. And then she told me that her and Vince had split up. And I don't know. They split up before she died. And they were like each other's first. Like, they were like the Romeo and Juliet we went to school with. And I don't know if brain cancer caused them to split up. I'm not really sure of all the details, but I think it's sad. You're welcome. That is so funny. Talk about a small world. We know the same people. But yeah, so I don't know much about their lives. Um, you know, I know that a lot of them, like, I don't know what all of them did in private, but I know some of them guys were wild. Like Joey, and I heard stories, but I don't know. You know how bands are and they have their groupies. But I don't know all the details. I know one of my friends went out with Buck one time. That was crazy. I never dated any of them guys. I stayed away from all that. Like, the whole time I bartended, I never dated anybody in a bar. I had the same boyfriend the whole time. So I never got into none of that stuff, but it was great to hear them play though. They were really, both of them are very good bands. Oh, that's sad. But yeah, I hung out with Peggy. I don't know if you had ever been to Lucky's. Me and Peggy used to meet up at Lucky's on Wednesdays or Thursdays. No, it was Thursdays. They had drawing night. And me and Peggy used to sit there. I would just drink pop. We'd sit there and drink pop at the bar and play our numbers and whatever. And then she was in college at the time to work in an all girls home. That's where Peggy ended up working in Wellsburg. And then I started to go to I went to college for the same thing. Basically, we were both following the liberal arts program. Oh my gosh, that is so funny. That is so funny. We probably ran into each other. But yeah, me and Peggy used to sit together all the time. And then when she got cancer and ended up dying, it was so sad. But her husband, John, took her to the beach and stuff. But I really miss her because we used to have the best talks. Peggy used to be wild back in the day, but when I got to know her, she was already calm. Like, she settled down. She went to school. She was working in the thing. And it was just like, oh my gosh. But I really miss talking to her because we used to sit together all the time. That's so funny, Patty. How do you know we don't know each other? We could have read each other. Me too. I did too. Were you around when the White House was open too? When they used to have the White House open on Bethany Pike? That is so funny. I used to go out there too. They had offered me a bartending job out there when I worked at the Fountain. We could have ran into each other. You never know. Back in the day. That is so funny. That is so funny. I don't know if my brother-in-law has Facebook or not. Let me check. Because he was the one that did sound for the rockers. I have a picture of him. upstairs in my wedding album. I don't see him. I don't think he does have Facebook. I don't think he does stuff like this. He was a biker. My sister and him's divorced, so I don't know. They got divorced a long time ago. No, it's Robert. They called him Robert or Bob. We called him Bobby. And that was his last name. That was my sister's husband. Yep. You probably knew my sister too. Out on Bethany Pike. Seriously, Patty. Seriously. We bought that house. My sister and him were flipping it, and then me and my husband bought it when they got divorced. So if you were at his place before, then you were at my house. They used to live out on Bethany Pike behind the fountain where I used to bartend. Yep. Oh my God. Then you probably met me, I'm sure. Because I was always tagging along with them. That is so funny. Did you know Jerry Ostrowski and Lisa? Jerry used to play the drums. I forget what band he played with. Well, him and her, Jerry and Lisa split up, and Lisa ended up with my sister's husband. That's what happened. So yeah, that was bad. My sister had a bad divorce. It was bad. It's almost like they swapped partners. Ridiculous. Yep. That's who Bobby ended up with. And they got married for a little while. And then she dumped him. And now he's with someone else. And him and my sister had a daughter together. And he's not in her life at all. It's sad. Like they have nothing to do with each other. It's really sad. Yep. It happens though. Yep. That is just craziness. That's like unbelievable. But yep, we know the same people because my brother, he hung out with people and it was around the ages of 78 and 79. And then my sister graduated right when I came into high school. She was an 82 and I was an 85 graduate, but my brother was older than her. So like I knew everybody from, because it's a small town, from up to down. Like I knew Swaggers and Bobby and all that crowd and Alex Dite and all of those people because they all hung out with my brothers and sisters. So like, you know how it is. I was the baby. Well, now how could you graduate in 85 and we don't know each other? Oh, you didn't graduate from Brooke though. Yep, that was my graduation year. I didn't graduate though. I quit. I got my GED in 87. So I didn't get to graduate with my class, which was depressing. But I wanted to see everybody for the last time and I never did get to, but it is what it is. That's crazy. That is so crazy. And I don't have a picture of my sister on my phone. or I would show you what she looks like. Hold on, let me see if I can find a picture of her. I bet you if you've seen a picture of her, you'd recognize her. She hasn't changed too much, I don't think. I cleaned off my phone here not too long ago, so I don't have. Let me see if I can find one to show you. That's funny. Surprised my daughter didn't have one of her on here too. Let me see. I know she's gonna have one on here somewhere. My daughter and him had one child, and then my sister, she remarried, but she never had any more kids. But her daughter now has a grandson and a granddaughter. That's just so funny. Usually my sister's got her big snog stuck in pictures. She's always doing selfies. So I'm surprised my sister didn't have, I mean, my daughter didn't have a picture of her. I'm a looking, I'm scrolling. She got to be in here somewhere. She's always by my kids going, selfie. Click, click. That is so strange. I know. They're like, what are these two talking about? That is so funny. But it is great. Like, that's when I met my husband now, which is even funnier because we were just kids and my best friend and my third cousin, Mel, she brought my husband now on a date to that party. They were never serious or anything, but it was funny because that's how I met my husband now. Was at my sister's graduation party where Refugee played. They came out to my uncle's in Bethany and they played at her graduation party, and it was just so funny that that's where me and my husband met, even though we weren't dating. That's where we met at the time. And then him and my cousin split up, and she was dating somebody else that she got really serious about, and she basically told me she wasn't serious about my husband. He was just somebody to date because there was nobody else around. I'm like, you're ridiculous. And she got serious with this other guy, and they were together for a while, and then they broke up. And by that time, me and him were dating. Because I told her, I said, it's the girl code. I'm not dating him if you have feelings for him. And she says it's no big deal. Because we were still kids. It's not like we were at a serious age or anything. We were only like 14, 15 years old. And then me and him dated, and then we split up because he went into the Navy. And then, well, he took somebody else to prom, went into the Navy, then I married somebody else. We had a we had a turbulent relationship, but when he got out of the military, I my cousin Jerry ran into him and said, "Guess who got divorced?" And then he ends up on my doorstep. And we've been together ever since. So I guess it was meant to be. 34 years of putting up with him, it better be. But that is so funny. Yeah, Refugee still plays in the park in Wellsburg during certain holidays and stuff, and I guess I didn't go to one of them. My daughter thought it was funny because the job she was working at, that's how she got to know Buck more, and he would sit and talk with her all the time. I said, "Probably because you remind him of Peggy." My oldest daughter could resemble Peggy. She doesn't have the black hair, but she's got the big dark eyes. And he used to come in her office and talk to her all the time. And then they went to the park and she was saying how the girls were dancing in front of the band. But this is my sister here. I finally found a picture of her. I mean, she's older, but you might recognize her. She hasn't changed really a lot. But this is who was married to Bob. You might recognize her. That's her and her granddaughter, Gracie. Isn't she cute, Gracie? She's grown up a little bit now. This is a little older, but that's her. She was married to Bob. Don't know if you recognize her or not. Yep, that's her. That is so funny. And her daughter looks just like Bobby. I mean, no denying that kid. Here's her daughter with Bobby. Wait a minute. She's a spitting image of her dad. Bobby can't deny her. She does. Jared's like, and I had to look at his face every day. I'll show you a picture of my daughter so you know what I mean. This is her making a googly face. This is my daughter. That's what I said. Jade does remind me a little bit of Peggy in some ways. She really does. She's so goofy. Yes, he had a ponytail. See what I mean? Like Buck would come in and he would talk to my daughter a whole bunch. That's my oldest. I told Jade, I said, "Did he ever tell you about Peggy?" Thank you. She said, "He never mentioned Peggy." And I said, "Jade, because you look like her a little bit." This is probably why I come and talk to you all the time because him and Peggy were very close. Buck and Peggy were like best friends. Excuse me. Here's my hubby with the twins when they were little. Oh my goodness, they hardly have any hair in this picture. This is my hubby. He used to, you know, the bar. Were you ever around when Peggy owned Mertz? My husband bartended for Peggy. I don't know if you know him or not. That's him holding my twin grandbabies. That's my hubby. That's Layla on the left and Livia on the right. Or no, Livia on the left, Layla on the right. Sorry. You know my hubby? That's hysterical. Yep, he worked at Mertz, and I used to hang out at Mertz too. Let me pull up my picture on Instagram. This is when my hair wasn't gray. Did you see my picture earlier? Oh my gosh, if you met me, I swear I'm gonna scream. Hold up. My gosh, that is so funny. Here's my picture on Instagram. This looks more like me when I'm younger without the gray hair. Like I said, me and Peggy used to sit together all the time. And then this is, well, I don't have any pictures. Oh yeah, this is here. This is me without bangs, but this is, of course, an older picture too. I was around wherever my sister and them was. I was always tagging along. Oh, we could have, because I used to hang out with them all the time. And I was in Mertz before too. What was funny was, did you know John that Peggy was married to when she passed away? What was funny about that situation was John had asked me to go to a movie with him once. This is before him and Peggy started dating. She thought we were involved. You could have. And I told her no. I said, she goes, well, I didn't want to step on anybody's toes because he was out with you. And then he asked me on a date. I said, no, it was nothing like that. I said, him and his ex split up and they had 2 kids. And he had never been alone with his kids. And I guess he was, because he paid child support, he was fighting to see them. And I told Peggy, I said, he was nervous. He knew that I had my daughter Jade. And I said, he asked me for the first time, he says, I don't know what to plan the first time that we have an outing together. And I said, well, why don't we go to a movie or go to dinner or something? And he says, well, why don't you come with me? Because I'm nervous. That's all that was about. And I said, okay. And I'll never forget when we did this, because we went out to eat. And then he took Top Gun, was playing at the drive-in. And I said, and I was in the back seat with the kid, with this one child, and he was in the front seat with the other one. I said, we didn't even sit together. I told Peggy, no, I said, we never dated. I said, John and I were just friends. And then they started dating. She goes, well, I wanted to make sure. And I said, no. And then what was funny was when my husband, Mike, worked for her, all he did was whine about me because we weren't together. And he said, she said, I never realized who she kept talking about this Tammy. She says, I never put 2 and 2 together and realized it was you. That was so funny. She said, when he worked for me, girl, all he did was cry and moan. I wish she would get back with me, but it was a time I didn't want nothing to do with him because we were split up. Like I said, we had it rocky for a little bit, but we made it through. But there was a period where I was dating somebody else and he kept trying to get me back. He kept showing up at the bar I worked at. And I was like, stop it, because the guy I was dating at the time, he was picking me up from work and stuff. I said, I don't want him to come in here and see you and think something's going on. So I had to tell him what Mike was doing, because he would come in and like leave me flowers and gifts. And I was dating somebody the whole time. And the guy was dating didn't even drink. Like, he was straight shooter. He was real fun. And we did have a good relationship. I mean, it fell through later for reasons that had nothing to do with me and my husband, but it took all that because I almost married this other guy. Like he was like the second love of my life. I had two. I was lucky. And my husband is so jealous of him to this day. He'll sit there. I almost lost you to that guy. Like he can't even run into him somewhere in public or he has a fit. He's so jealous. I said, you're ridiculous. I said, we almost made it, but we didn't. There was reasons it didn't work out. Stuff happens. I said, we found our way. That was hysterical. He was jealous of him so bad. Because we've had our ups and downs. There was times we almost parted too, but we made it through. Because to me, when somebody asks me what my biggest accomplishment is, I don't tell my college. I don't even talk about my jobs. The biggest accomplishment to me is life. I think that, when you're going through life and you have hurdles thrown at you, whether you're single or in a relationship, I think the roller coaster of life is awful. It's the biggest accomplishment because no jobs are guaranteed. You lose a job because it goes out of business or, something happens and it folds. We've been through all this and, and it's rough. It's very rough. I said, if you can keep your head up and you can keep a relationship going and try to keep your home as best you can with your kids under it, that right there is the biggest accomplishment. Because people tell me all the time, oh my gosh, you've been married 34 years. It's like a record. And it is in this day and age, which is sad because people give up too easy. It's work, but it takes two people. You can't have one putting it all in and the other not putting their part in. It definitely takes two people working at it. But there's also a give and take. You're not going to have a perfect person. They are going to piss you off to the max at times. It's how you deal with it and you get through it. Sometimes, though, we have our moments still. It's like, but we do. At the end of the day, when he lost a job, I was working. When I lost a job, he was working. Like, something happened. Like I worked for a company that moved and I didn't have that income anymore. And he made enough for both of us to survive. When he was on strike, I was in college. I took a year off of college to get a job so that he could strike for better wages. Like we worked our way to where we're at. He's at the top job that he's ever had in his life. He loves the job where he works. He's never made so much money than where he's at now. But, it's also through time. We started out minimum wage, worked our way up to where we were. I had the apartment. He moved in with moi. I was raising my daughter by myself. And I was paying all the bills. And no, I was not living on welfare. I paid my job because we were not taught to be that way. We were taught to be self-sufficient. And I might not have had cable. And I might not have had, some luxuries at times. Like I lived without a phone for a while. But we made it. We made it through a lot of rough times. And I mean, it still doesn't mean we'll be together forever. Heck, we could get divorced when we're 70s because we're sick of each other. He works in PA. But all I know is it's just crazy. You should add me to your Facebook. Do you have Facebook? Add this to it's like I said, it's in my, I don't know if it'll let me post. Let me see if it'll let me post my thing here. Hold on a minute. But all I know is, I mean, it is what it is. You just got to do the best you can with what you have. Hold on a second. I have my name on here too, but I'm never in it. And a bad thing that people have they have a bad habit of trying to add me under my name. And I'm like, I can't keep switching back and forth because it locks me out. I hate that about Facebook because I didn't know when I first started my bookstore there, I didn't know you could have a page inside of your page. So I literally have two separate accounts. And if I sign back into my name, sometimes Facebook won't let me sign right back into my store. So there it is. That should take you to my page. Let me test it. Yeah. But it's a pain to keep switching back and forth. And so yeah, like you can start a group page inside your main page. Like, if you have your keepsakes by Patty Cakes and say you want to start something else, you can put a page like through your regular page, like a group. I didn't know that for Minda's Bookstore. So when I opened this is and it's so funny. People wish me happy birthday twice a year. They don't realize they don't realize my store started May 1st. And I keep telling them, I said, every time you wish me happy birthday, because Facebook makes you put a date in, they keep wishing me happy birthday on May 1st, and my birthday's January. And I keep telling them that's my bookstore. It's my bookstore age. It's not mine. Okay. But that's the one I'm always living in. I'm always on this page. I mean, this is where you can find me under Messenger. That is so funny. That's wild. Well, as long as you found happiness after, that's all that matters. But I know what it's like to have been through one divorce already, too. It's not fun, but it is what it is. I don't know who some of these people are. They keep inviting me to like their pages, and I don't know who they are. It's like, what? So where you live at now? What state are you in now? There you are. You look familiar too. Oh my goodness, that's so funny. Aw, you're posting the same person I am to raise money. Oh my gosh, it's been so long ago though. Well, the one thing that I like about Facebook is I'm on my Android. So sometimes what I do is if I have if me and my husband need to save like $50 a month for any reason, I just won't buy a phone card. And all my people are on my Facebook anyways, so I can talk to him through Messenger on Wi-Fi, so I don't really lose anybody. Like my phone contacts, I think it's hysterical. They're all on my Facebook. Like my kids and all that, so I can talk to them anyway on Wi-Fi, so I really don't need a phone card sometimes. That's what I told my husband. I said, "You keep buying me a card, the only thing I get is suspected spammers." Now, sometimes my daughter will call me, you know what I mean? Like the phone calls, but they can also call me through Facebook Messenger too. But it does save you money if you need to go without. So that's how I do it. But I'm sure we met each other at some point because we used to party with those guys all the time. That is so funny. It's a small world. Very small world. You like Ohio? I know, I keep wanting to meet up with Scotty so bad. She's only, like, a couple hours from me. My husband tells me all the time, but I'm not one to, like, jump to meet someone. You know what I mean? Like, I like taking my time to get to know a person first. I don't know somebody and just jump to meet them. I ran a chat room for 6 years on Yahoo, and I met some people from there. I had a friend come and stay with me all the way from Australia. She come to stay with me for 10 days. We had a ball when I lived in our old house. And I knew people probably the least amount was 4 years. So, like, 4 to 6 years of talking to somebody from the web because you don't know what's on the other side. So, you know, and one girl I knew for 4 years, she lived in South Wheeling. We had lunch at Wendy's down in South Wheeling. We finally met after 4 years of talking. She goes, "I don't know why we didn't do this sooner because we were both working and we just didn't make the time." But I was down in the area and we decided we had a ball. Like I'm still friends with all the people I met in person. The only one that I'm not is because she passed away, that I'm not in contact with. I flew to Florida. I had a friend that I was best friends with. She was like a sister to me through Yahoo for 6 years, and she was sick with lupus the whole time, and we finally met in person, and she passed away the following September because I gave her my word we would meet, and we did. We met at the Cracker Barrel down in St. Pete, and I have pictures of us together. I went to Pal Talk after that. When Yahoo closed, some of my Yahoo friends went to Pal Talk. So I kept in touch with a few. I still have my Pal Talk ID, but I'm hardly ever there. They know I'm on YouTube. Um, I did not meet anybody from Pal Talk in person, and I have not met anybody from YouTube in person yet. So I like taking my time. But it's weird because they know me as Tammy M, and then I made the ID Tammy's Passions because my original channel was in my name, but I changed it because I don't want my name branded. And then because YouTube brands your name, so then I made this name, but it's too confusing because I have Minda's Bookstore and More on Facebook, and then my Etsy shop is Tammy's Crafty Shop. Like, I have all these different names. How people keep track of me is beyond me because I can't even keep track of myself. So I think what I'm going to do is confuse people even further because when I go to finish liquidating my bookstore, I'm going to close it. It's going to take me some time, though, like probably 2 years to get all the books out of here and that, but I want to change my Facebook name page from Minda's Bookstore to Tammy's Crafty Shop. So that way people will know me as Tammy's Crafty Shop or Tammy's Passions. I want to narrow it down to 2 names instead of 3 because it's confusing trying to keep track of people, because I know some people know me and they're like, who is that? Because I'll comment in a group that I haven't participated in. It's like, oh, you do know me. You just don't realize you know me. So, but yeah, I just don't want to promote my store yet because there's really nothing in it. The only thing, I try to keep a few items in it, but it's more for people to pick up stuff from my live sale. That's where you go when I have my live sale. That's where I post all my orders because it can figure out the shipping for me. I don't have the patience for shipping. How these people do PayPal and all that, I can't. I'm not going to run to the post office for every little thing. So I just let Etsy do it for me. But what my goal is to get my bookstore totally liquidated down a lot. And then this is going to be, you know, my next goal is to get stuff in my Etsy, like create stuff into my Etsy and just do it that way. And that will be my business. This way I don't got to worry about COVIDs or stores shutting down or whatever. I can just do everything through the web, because I did have a website at one time built for the bookstore, but that was just a migraine in itself. And I just don't want to deal with all that. Yeah, but she lives close. She's not that far. She's in Ashland. She goes, come on up, Minda. So one of these days, maybe. She's in Ashland, Ohio. She's exactly 2 hours and 26 minutes for me. My hubby tells me when all this is over, he says, you know, if you want to take a trip up one time, I want to get a camper because I don't trust staying places anywhere. I mean, my goodness, all you hear is stories about lice and bed bugs and all that crap, and then COVID. And I don't want to deal with all that. I told my husband, let's just get a camper or deal with our own germs. But I want to get a camper, and I would love to go around and visit some people. Would be fun, you know, by that time, but who knows? That's what I want to do when we travel. Like when we retire. I said, I think it would be fun to go to RV living. I talked to a few people who do the RV living, and I was talking, Roaming Raven is a channel. She's an author. And I told her, I said, how do you winterize your camper? She said, I don't have to winterize. I go, what do you mean? She goes, I just take my camper to a warmer state. I go, duh. My husband kept saying to me, because, you know, when you live in a house, you don't think of these things. He kept saying to me, he says, well, if we're out on the road, how are we going to get money? I said, Michael, we own property. We'll keep our property in West Virginia to have a state, because you got to have a place. So we'll keep that piece of property to have the West Virginia license plates and stuff like that. But you have, your bank goes wherever you go. You know what I mean? Because I think you have to have like a mailing address or whatever, but still it goes to direct deposit. So wherever your card is where your money's at. You know what I mean? So how can you not travel? He goes, oh, I didn't think about it like that, because he's so used to working, you know, and having to be at a job not to go anywhere. I said, once you retire, you can do whatever you want. You just got to plan. Like, I wouldn't want to retire and then have to buy a camper. I would get the camper now while you're working and get everything prepared. And then you could do that. I said, even if you didn't want to sell the house, you can still close it up. You know, if you didn't want to lose the house just yet. And I said, let's hit the road. I want to travel. I want to get out there. So we'll see. He keeps talking about getting the camper, but we'll see. I just don't know, because we would have a lot of downsizing. I don't know if I could do a tiny house. We would have a lot to get rid of. That's why I'm working on it now. I'm trying to, but it's going to be a little while. I got boxes and boxes of books, and he keeps telling me, I know how we can get rid of it. I can get a dump truck. And I said, you be quiet. You should hear how we pick on each other. I said, you are not getting a dump truck. Thanks. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the future's going to bring. But I do know this, though. I got to go because my dog's probably up there. I do hear her tip, 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 tapping. So she's probably got to go to the bathroom. She's starting to run across the floor. But I thank everybody who come in here tonight because this was fun. This was great. This was so awesome to be able to talk to somebody that actually lived here. And some of the people I know. That is so cool. But I do enjoy your videos. It's really cool to see the challenges you do. It's awesome. You take care too. I will see you soon because I know where you're at. And anybody else that's in here too, we will see you later. Yeah, we'll have to catch up. That is so awesome. That's so funny. But you have a good one, and thanks so much for coming in, Patty. Bye.